Greetings, my excellent friends. We continue our first time journey into the Metal Gear Solid series. Metal Gear Solid 2, which apparently has two names. That's. I was actually more on time than this, but right as I was getting set up, um, something that I was looking at. I think I was checking. I was checking to see whether it's like widescreen or 4:3 to set my thing up, and it's still PS2, so it's in 4:3. But and then I see people saying Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance. I'm like, oh, that's not what it's called. What the fuck? Yeah, no. There's two versions, and I did not have the one with slightly more stuff, so I decided I'd download that first because that would save uh, me from being annoyed because apparently there were new cutscenes in this version and a bunch of new side missions. I don't know. We're probably not doing side missions. Substance, Subsistence, and Subspace Emissary. We're playing Substance, though Sons of Liberty I think is still the game's real name. Um, my guess, as these are like unguided blind runs of old games, is that I'm just gonna not ignore things, but I won't be fully engaged the way I would be if it was either something as new as Hitman, i.e., handholdy enough that I don't need a guide to 100% it, or B, if I was playing it on my own and was able to just stop and read things whenever I wanted. So yeah, we're probably not going to do half of the shit that was added with this version, but we'll still play it just so that it's there in case I decide to. Um, I did say yesterday that I wasn't fully certain if I was going to play this today or something else first. That's still on the cards to do between 2 and 3, because we're probably just going to play 2 and 3 and then call it there as far as Metal Gear Solids right now. I know that there's PSP games and such, but beyond that, I definitely know that Metal Gear Solid 4 would be incredibly difficult to get running. So my hope is to wait for it to come out on PC, because apparently it's gonna. The first 3 are coming out in a few months, and then supposedly there'll be a volume 2, and it makes sense for that to be 4. I hope that's not incorrect. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I saw that there was a collection thing in this game, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna not attempt to complete that. But I would if I was playing it on my own. If I was playing it on my own, I would have a look, because that's what I do with collectathons. I enjoy them. I genuinely enjoy tedious collectathons, but I have a map open, or a guide open, or a list open. I don't go looking. I've never gone and looked for shit in my life. Because someone else has already found it, so there's no reason to spend that time. Eh? Nothing has been confirmed, but it is what people would expect. Otherwise, the best thing is... Well, no. That wouldn't be a good spend of money to get a PS3 and an MGS4 copy, and I wouldn't do that. From my research, it is not impossible to emulate MGS4. There are specific... Not only do you need the specific emulator, but you need a specific build of the emulator that has been modded specifically to run MGS4 and only MGS4 as well as possible. And even then, it's a mess and it's a big drain on your computer. But it is apparently possible. However, if there's even a hint of it coming out on PC, then we're not going to be trying that. Because that sounds like a pain in the ass. So yeah, 4 and 5, because I'm a sucker for release order. I would not play 5 until I've played 4, even though it's chronological, whatever. I don't give a shit. I I don't care. If the game came out earlier, that's the one I play first. Unless it's very special circumstances, like specific remake sort of things, like how Yakuza did it. Yakuza, I went chronological, but anyway. The games are still pretty cheap, yes, but the console, to buy an entire old console for the sake of a... And then after that, how do you get it onto your OBS? Because I actually have an Elgato for use with my PS4. I bought it very early into my streaming career, but I only ever used it for one thing, Spyro Reignited. And I didn't use it after that for two reasons. One, just about everything I played afterwards had a PC option, so it wasn't like direly necessary. Like, it was something I had in my back pocket for Kingdom Hearts, but then Kingdom Hearts came out on PC. Of course, we've not actually streamed that, but, you know, if I did. Same with the middle Yakuza games. Anyway, everything that I like, and now Persona 5, everything that I like that was PlayStation locked is no longer locked. But you know what that machine had? A disclaimer that said, alright, this Elgato works with PS4, with Xbox 360, with Xbox One, but it doesn't work with PS3. Because the PS3 has, like, this weird setup thing, security thing, whatever it is, that is, like, kryptonite and poison to capture cards. And you will be very, 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 very lucky if you find one that works with a PS3. So sure, that might be the best way to play Metal Gear Solid 4, but to stream it, I have no idea how you would even do that outside of the emulator option. So yes. Chances are looking good that with a Vol 1 there'll be a Vol 2 and that the world is crying out for an accessible Metal Gear Solid 4. They'd be fools not to give it a shot. The concern would be if it's actually, like, mechanically too difficult to port. But yeah, if it turned out that it wasn't coming, I don't know. YouTubing the story and then moving on with my life might be what I ended up doing if I really got into it. But that's the thing, I haven't really got into it. I enjoyed MGS1, but my brain wasn't thinking about it outside of the streams. It's not got my full attention right now. Other things have my full attention. So, like, we'll see if 2 and 3 light a fire in me, and then I want to explore the series more, and then we might change plans. But more likely, I'll still be looking at it through a casual lens. I've got other things to care more about. Anyway, this should work. Oh, right, no, this one. You see this? Yeah? No, it would not be easy at all, but they probably still want to do it. Because it's the missing link. Let me know if there's any problems with audio or what have you, but I have streamed PS2 emulator before with Escape from Monkey Island, so I'm just using the same setup from that. Hang on, have I got the give us a moment. That'll stop for a moment. Yeah, let's put that to here. I don't want it to choke me. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts on PC is ridiculous. They've never been discounted, which is funny because they have literally get them on PlayStation. I will stream them when I can get them on PC, but that happens in two conditions. Either I really want to play them again and they're on sale, or somebody really wants to see me stream them and buys them. This music sounds familiar. Oh, Ken Resorto! That's John Saigan, but still. Well, what I said was, let me know if there's any problems with audio or anything. So y'all did that. Let me see. If I lower that, that might be more accessible. How's it sounding now? Problem is, I didn't watch any of this because I was, I might restart it because I was troubleshooting sound. Wait, where's the reset button? Here, let's just go like that. Sound is far better. Yes, the volume is at 2. See, this music sounds familiar, but I don't know why, because I've never played it. But like nothing from Metal Gear Solid 1 sounded familiar, it's just this menu music. This emulator is pretty loud. Alright, let's take a look at the actual screen. Notably, there's it's not covered in voiceover this time. So there's a bunch of numbers. Does that look like some important document of some kind? David Hayter, along with some science symbols. Quentin Flynn, who I would have been excited to see a few years ago, but aren't anymore. Christopher Randolph, who I've never heard of. Solid Snake, he's familiar. Lara Cody, not familiar. Vanessa Marshall, not familiar. Ola Gale, also not familiar. Phil Lamar we do like. And John Saigat I'm very interested to see. Paul Eiding, that's who's in the other one. Amber Hale, same thing, she was in the other one. So Naomi's back. You. Ocelot's in this one, that makes sense. We saw him. Cam Clark, of course. Wait, no, but he's dead. That's interesting. Flashbacks or possibly... Ah! You thought I was dead! But you were wrong! Well, yeah, they found Miller's body. In fact, Miller never even appeared. Miller was like an informed character in the end. Because the first time you see him, he's already impersonated. Although I suppose he could show up in these flashback games, could he not? Not this one, but like 3 and 5, as I understand it, are set in the past. Fuck, this is familiar. Why do I know this? What else has it been in? Yeah, that I've never played, sweet. Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance. What do we have? It is blurry. New game, load game options, special missions, Snake Tales, and... skateboarding. If you were a video game trilogy designer, you would get the rights to put everyone who's ever done voice work for previous games' names into the credits. Just to keep people on their toes. I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, is this... How close... Well, no, because this is PS2. But, like... My bench poll for when Tony Hawk infested video games is Spyro Year of the Dragon. Because Spyro 3 had a fucking skateboarding gimmick thrust into it based off of nothing else other than what I can assume is the Tony Hawk chase. I like this minigame, just wait for what's coming up in MGS3. Anyway. I hate the vagueness of these fucking things, though, because, like, sure, skateboarding, sure, but special missions and Snake Tales. How am I supposed to know what is behind these? Missions, okay, those are presumably those VR mission things that I'm probably going to skip. But what the fuck is a Snake Tail? What the fuck is a special? Well, yeah, but if you click them, then you might have to do them, and what if you're not ready yet? Oh, and of course, the X button still doesn't do what it's supposed to. How far into its life cycle do they understand the value of an X? Radar in Sons of Liberty does not appear during intrusion view. Radar will not appear at all. Radar will appear even during intrusion view. Well, let's not change settings just yet. But we do have to make sure captions are on, because that'll annoy the shit out of me if they're not. Unless there's something in particular that Sam would scream makes the game better, if I can assume it. Considering X is the universal symbol of no. Yeah, but that's just not how things work on PlayStation. Outside of this. X is confirm. Anyway. What's special? Previous story, photo album, basic actions. Is that, what, is it like... Well, then they're incorrect, Swede. Well, it's the button you press most often, and your thumb lands there naturally. I have the right to be correct on whatever I want to be, so long as I'm in this room. So these are all the new things. Do you mean from the first game, or from Substance? We can now throw. We can now climb up objects. We can now roll. We can now drag enemies. We can now hang. We can open a locker. Hey, cardboard boxes aren't new. We can now fire extinguish. Do I want to look at all of these? I may. It might not be a terrible idea. What does it look like? Is it just text? Aim and use the directional button to aim and shoot. That's good. You can also punch in first person. Presumably we'll be punching the second person. With no weapon equipped, use the left analog stick and the weapon button. Don't tell me what it is or anything. Near an enemy to throw him. That's presumably square, in fact. Sometimes this will knock them out. That's not new. Input left analog stick toward wall near corner to enter corner. Oh, so it still does that awful thing where just standing near a wall makes you fucking make out with it. You can stay hidden and look beyond the corner. You can move the camera with the right analog stick in corner view. Press the action button. Don't tell me what that is either. Probably X. Well, no, probably circle. To climb up objects with heights close to your waist. You cannot climb up heights too high. I don't know that current Japanese games use circle as confirmed, because I've played a decent amount of Japanese games, and I very rarely have this problem. Action is triangle. Swade, can you just learn to give up sometimes? Like, it doesn't matter if I'm wrong. You can just silently believe so without telling me. Press crawl button when running to roll forward, effective to jump from one object to another. Hold down crawl button while rolling to start crawling at the end of the roll. Right, well that was X in the last game, so that makes sense, I suppose. Still awkward. The button you press most should not be something inconvenient. With no weapon equipped, press the weapon button near an unconscious/dead enemy to grab his body. Well, if you have a weapon equipped, I assume that you can't do that because there's a gun in your hand. And I assume that that is to that's basically the same as Hitman. It's, you know, an unconscious or dead body is a concern for someone who finds it. Which is interesting, because the previous game just disappeared everybody. Press action button near handrail to jump over handrail and hang to avoid enemy. Move sideways and also enter first person. This isn't really good tutorializing, by the way. Like you should have a sequence that teaches you all of this in a row, but oh well. We'll see how much of it I remember. Stand in front of a locker, press action button to go in. No, just open it. You don't go in. Never mind, it's not that clever. It's just here. Sometimes items are inside cabinets. Don't forget to open the cabinet. Hide under a cardboard box and stay still. The enemy will ignore you, but if you move, they will notice and they will correctly identify that a cardboard box is not a fucking animal and that it shouldn't move. Blocking the enemy's path while in the box will cause them to discover you. Right, if they have to go through you, they will open the box and discover the little man in there. With no weapon equipped, walk up to an enemy from behind and press the weapon button without using the left analog stick. That sucks. I still hate that. Because it's very imprecise, because enemies fucking move. So the idea that you have to be standing still while you chokehold them is awkward. Because if they're moving, like, if you walk too far, you run into them and then you've got a problem. If you don't walk far enough, then you're pressing the button and chokeholding thin air. It's too finicky. I don't like it. Press the left-right step button during corner view to peek around a corner. You could be seen by an enemy when you're leaning sideways. Now that's interesting. Normally this is sacred. So long as 90% of you is behind a wall, the 10% of you that's allowing you to see won't get seen. So that's interesting. It can make some sense. Press the left-right step button during first-person view to step sideways. Press the left-right step button together to stretch up. Oh. But how do you press the left and right step buttons together? I would assume that those would be the left and right D-pad, but those don't go down together at the same time. Unless it's L1 and R1. Maybe it's L1 and R1. Stand up against a wall and press the punch button to knock on the wall. This will draw the attention of an enemy who never seems to leave his spot. Ah! So the campers can be moved. If you roll into an enemy, you can knock him down. Effective when surrounded by enemies. How do you roll? Is that in beginner? Roll forward. I've already started to forget things. Press crawl when you're running to roll forward. Huh. I didn't actually take that one in. Press to do the roll. If you keep it held down, you'll start crawling at the end of the roll. Book. Placing a book in or near an enemy's path will catch his attention unless they're alerted. Quick change. And deselect equipped weapons and items by pressing the weapon button quickly. Yeah. That one I recall. Aim guns by pressing the weapon button. To move while aiming the gun, press both the weapon button and the lock-on button. And also shoot while moving. While in corner view, equip weapon and press the weapon button to jump out and aim. And quickly attack. To hold up an enemy, sneak up and press the weapon button to raise your gun. Aim at enemy weak points, and the enemy may give you an item. What counteth the weak points? The head, sure, but like, how do they react if you aim at them? I was getting the dick counts, yeah. Use an enemy as a shield by strangling him and taking him hostage. Other enemies will hesitate to shoot. Interesting. We'll be doing that in Payday 3 in a few months. Lift an unconscious or dead enemy by pressing the weapon button. Release the weapon button to drop the body. Continue pressing and releasing the weapon button to shake the body. The enemy may drop an item. When discovered by an enemy, prevent a call for backup by shooting the radio on the right side of his waist before he can call for help. You can also accomplish that by shooting him in the head, though, can you not? Shoot Shoot the fire extinguishers and chemicals will spray out. That will disorient an enemy. While in hanging mode, crawl to jump down. To knock an enemy out. Oh, we can do the... Ha. We'll see if we pull that off. Those are advanced maneuvers. I don't know about that. Previous story. We've already been through it, but... the New York Mirror? Oh, that's actually an interesting... I'll take a look at this just because it's like it's framed interestingly. Nastasha Romanenko wrote this in the darkness of Shadow Moses: The Unofficial Truth, reviewed by George Franklin. Some topics in the recent American past have the immediacy... No, I'm not going to do it in her slow talking Russian accent. Have the immediacy and the power that still engage our collective imagination. Names like the Grassy Knoll or Roswell roll off our tongue with deliberateness reserved by most other nations for holy lands. Nastasha's one appearance after the first game. Really? Well, okay then. Guess she's not in this one. With this new non-fiction account... Oh, she didn't even write this. It's been written about her. With this new non-fiction account from Nastasha Romanenko, Shadow Moses, the scene of a nuclear siege 2 years ago, is set to join their ranks. Official history states that the takeover of a nuclear weapons disposal facility on a lonely outpost in the Fox Islands, Alaska, was the work of a radical right-wing group. Their demands for the release of group members incarcerated in federal penitentiaries were never met, and the incident was speedily resolved by the successful deployment of a commando unit. BS, the author asserts. Romanenko says that she served as an advisor to the Nuclear Emergency Search Team, NEST, and deconstructs what she claims to be a cover-up story by the government with precision. According to the author, Shadow Moses Island was nothing less than a U.S. Army's testing grounds for a top-secret weapon known as Metal Gear Rex, an all-terrain bipedal tank with advanced nuclear capabilities. As for the facility's takeover, Romanenko alleges that it was the U.S. military's own shadowy wetworks force known as Foxhound that staged an armed insurrection in a bid for Rex's possession. The government responds to this crisis by sending in a lone operative, a former Foxhound member known only by the codename Solid Snake, into Shadow Moses. His infiltration is aided by a remote mission control team consisting of an unidentified Colonel Campbell, a Foxhound medical chief Naomi, a radar and electronics expert Mei Ling, supposedly a teenager, and the author herself. No, there was someone else. Once on the island, Snake joins forces with Metal Gear's developer-turned-prisoner Otacon to eradicate the weapon of mass destruction. Among the other remarkable characters that make an appearance in Romanenko's exposé is another Foxhound commando, a revolver virtuoso called... A revolver virtuoso called Shalashaska? Shalashaska. I don't think I saw that name once in MGS1. AKA Revolver Ocelot. That one's familiar. One of the most controversial allegations in the book deals with this figure's connection to a disavowed Russian militia, led by a Colonel Gurlukovich. I don't remember that either. Romanenko paints a bleak picture of a 1,000-strong, highly disciplined army with nuclear weaponry operating covertly within the American border. Even more irresistible to conspiracy scholars and students of recent history is her thinly veiled suggestion that the whole affair was planned from the beginning by certain forces inside the U.S. government. Why is she telling the world this? The U.S. Army and the usual suspect of federal agencies have issued a statement denouncing the book as a complete fabrication. However, with a number of detailed eyewitness accounts that back up the author's assertions cropping up daily on the web, the denials serve more to enhance the book's growing reputation. Not to mention that PlayStation 1 game that everybody enjoyed a few years ago that told the whole story. That probably shouldn't have been released if the U.S. Army wanted to keep it under wraps. Oh well, capitalism will win out. Shadow Moses is an engrossing read for casual and serious readers alike and promises to involve readers in a meaty debate over the truth of the matter for many years to come. Excerpted from the literary review column All Booked Up, the New York Mirror. Well, the fact that they both got mentioned here when... Liquid Snake isn't even mentioned here. See, this is the reason why you'd want to look at this is because you have to look at it from like an analysis view of, okay, so what is important for MGS2? Because that's what they're going to cut this down to if they want it to be a sort of narrative thing, right? If they wanted it to be a full summary, then they would mention all of the people, because... But they didn't. There's no Vulcan Raven, there's no Sniper Wolf, there's no Liquid Snake, no Meryl. No Meryl is interesting. I guess Meryl's not in this game. But Campbell, Naomi, and Mei Ling are mentioned, as is Otakon. And, of course, Ocelot. Now, it doesn't surprise me that Ocelot is in this, because he was the teaser at the end of the game. He was the lead-in. And he was talking to... I'm trying to remember. He called him Solidus, but, like... Am I making this up? Was the suggestion that he was talking to the US president? And that the US president is another snake? Did I dream that? Oh, there's more. That wasn't there before. The shocking conspiracy behind Shadow Moses. Okay, this could bring up the rest of them. Gary McGolden. Fuck, what, 129? Right, well, strap in. I mean, they're not big pages, but we'll see how this goes. The island of Shadow Moses lies due north of Alaska's Fox Islands, deep in the Arctic Circle. Above one of its rocky cliffs stands a cabin normally used for meteorological surveys. And it was here that I found myself, seated on a chair with my hands bound behind my back and a burlap sack covering my entire head. A blizzard rages outside, and the cabin was a dark, silent patch somewhere inside the storm. I could sense at least 4 men around me. They had been interrogating me for what felt like hours now. The burlap sack is pungent with the traces of coffee beans. In the biting cold of the cabin, images of Brazil come to me unbidden. Alleys coiled through with vivid, untended profusion of flowers, children with skin like frothy chocolate, sunshine capable of burning out the cornea, erupting between palm fronds. I can feel my senses starting to fail. The man in front of me asks for the 2nd or the 100th time, "I'm going to ask you again. What's in the optical disc?" Told you, I don't know. I just found it, okay? You're lying, you bastard! A fist explodes into the pit of my stomach, bringing up a peanut butter sandwich of many hours ago, along with the rusty taste of blood. The relentless beating and the numerous knife cuts of the past hour have my whole body screaming with pain, but I refuse to tell them what they wanted. I had too much invested at this point, too many days of dangerous investigation into the story of a lifetime. There was no way I was going to give it all up at this point. "That's enough," a voice spoke up from somewhere in the back of the cabin. "We have the disc back, just get rid of him so we can get out of this place." Even in my current sorry state, I was still a journalist. He had said, "We have the disc back." That meant that my hosts were the original owners of that optical disc. The last piece of the puzzle was in its place. I knew beyond a shadow of doubt that everything recorded on the disc was true, and that the conspiracy I had suspected did, in fact, exist. At that moment I heard a window shatter. The raging storm outside seemed to gain entry to the cabin in an instant, and I heard thin screams from the captors that encircled my chair. The next second, they had already fallen heavily onto the floor. The brief confusion ended before I regained enough presence of mind to even panic. Whoever was now here, whatever had happened, my tormentors were obviously out of commission. But now I could hear measured footsteps approaching across the floor. If this person had just saved my life, who was it? Or was I about to share the other's fate? The footsteps came to a halt in front of me, but strangely enough I did not feel any sort of a presence nearby. The burlap was slowly lifted from around my head, pulled off by an unseen hand. The stinging night air cooled my face, and my eyes gradually regained focus in the darkened room, and I could finally see who it was that stood before me. Just out of the sight of most of its citizens, a massive conspiracy determines the working of this nation. Weapons of mass destruction secretly developed by the military. Super soldiers re-engineered into war machines through genetic manipulation. A killer virus that only targets specific individuals with deadly accuracy. Tanks that walk rather than roll and carry a nuclear payload. A covert organization, the third and the most powerful political party, my encounter with which landed me in this chair in the Alaskan winter. All of these, are a part of the truth I found sealed within the optical disc, and I intend to share what I have learned in the pages to follow. That includes everything I now know about our government and the secret arena where an even greater power pulls the strings. This is the truth many have glimpsed, but never dare to talk about. Everything detailed in this book actually happened, and after I lived it, my world was no longer the same safe place I knew. Neither, I promise, will be yours, if you have the courage to keep going. It all began a month ago. That was interesting, because I don't know who the fuck this is. I don't remember a Gary McGolden or a journalist being in MGS1, so it's... preamble to a recap, I assume. Like, are we going to read all 111 or however many left pages? I don't know, but we'll take a look. The postman rings. A month before my dramatic escape from death on Shadow Moses, I was having late breakfast in my apartment in New York. Ever since an alien abduction episode in my childhood, I'd been plagued by a persistent ringing in my ears. A large patch of mud was my undoing. I slipped, fell, and was knocked unconscious. When I came to, it was already dawn. Later, I was trying to see the bump on the back of my head in the mirror when I saw it instead. A small hole, about the size of a pinprick, had been made behind my ear. You learn a little something when you watch as much TV as I did. There was no doubt that I had been abducted by a passing UFO, and had spent the hours while unconscious with alien beings. Unfortunately, no one in the area recalled seeing a UFO, and not a single person had the sense to listen to my story. I realize now that this was the day I decided to uncover truth for a living, and become a journalist. But back to the present day. It turned out that the ringing wasn't in my ear, but from the doorbell. The thing shrieked somewhere south of a baritone bat sonar, barely within the range of human hearing. Blame the mangling it took from a particularly displeased visitor. Outside the door was the mailman, and in the mailman's hand was a thick manila envelope. On the envelope was a label addressed to me. A letter bomb! I pressed my ear against the envelope and concentrated hard, but not a tick from the thing. Of course, no one uses analog watches in bombs these days. That's why they call it the digital age. In fact, why would there even be a watch in the letter bomb? The point is that the unlucky recipient opens it and the bomb goes off, which means that it's actually the completely silent envelopes that are dangerous. I knew that opening that flap would send my eggs to the big omelet in the sky, but you don't get to be an investigative journalist for thinking inside the box. I tore through the bottom of the envelope instead. No. The contents of the suspicious envelope dropped to the floor with lightning speed. In this world, you can never be too careful. Let this be a warning to you readers. When circumstances compel you to open an envelope from the bottom, turn it upside down first. As a rule, I discovered objects fall down. And this is what happened to the contents of my lethal envelope. Straight down into a half-eaten depth of a delivery pizza forgotten on the floor. I don't recall when exactly this food item arrived on these premises, but the thing was definitely a museum piece by now. Fortunately, it wasn't a bomb, but an optical storage disc, now liberally smeared with peanut butter. The disc was the kind that comes in a clear plastic casing through which the rainbow sheen of the circular unit shone. I gazed into it a while, thinking of the UFO from that fateful day. Anyway, I fished the optical disc out, noting the lack of a label. A quick wash at the sink got rid of the crud it had accumulated. The disc was drying by the window as I hunted through the now harmless envelope for clues. A single sheet of Xerox paper was stuck to the inside, and it read, "From the desk of Max Smithson, Editor-in-Chief, Mega Surprise Magazine. I'm mailing you this optical disc that was sent to the edit department. It's right up your alley. See if you can turn up something more. We'll do a book if you get enough stuff together. This is your chance for a comeback, so don't screw it up." Max is an old friend and used to manage most of my book deals way back when. We hadn't seen each other much since I gave up writing. Not that he has the right to tell me about comebacks and screwing up, but I find myself growing excited by the prospect of writing another book. But there was a problem, and it was a big one. How the hell was I going to get to the disc's content? The shocking truth within. My next-door neighbor is a starving college student, and I hit him up for the use of his computer now and then. I banged on his door and screamed repeatedly until he shuffled up to the door half asleep. Once inside, I made a beeline for the piece of junk and stuck the disk into the drive. The icon appeared on display with a gentle whir. The file name read, "In the Darkness of Shadow Moses." But an urgent click on the icon only brought up an error message. What nefarious scheme was this? What secret encryption was preventing me from accessing the data? I clicked again and again with the same result and started to gnaw on the keyboard in frustration. The starving student came running over, wailing about his equipment. He typed in some Moon Man language, avoiding patches of my spit, and a frightfully cheerful application startup screen appeared on the display. Then, lo and behold, I finally laid my eyes on the dense mass of text, the contents of the disk. At the very top it read, "In the Darkness of Shadow Moses" by Nastasha Romanenko. The starving student was being scholarly and trying to read the text over my shoulder. I knocked him out with a punch to the solar plexus and devoured the file's content. It was like a blow to the head with a frozen tuna. My brain was reeling from the shock. The file was full of wild stuff, top-secret conspiracies, incredible genetic experimentation, cold-blooded military deployment of classified weapons. Whew! This was the most incredible stuff I had ever come across. The unofficial facts according to the disk. Most readers should be aware of the series of strange military actions involving an island farther north of Alaska's Fox Islands some 2 years ago. The island was called Shadow Moses and received a series of well-documented but never explained visits of obvious significance. USS Discovery, an Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine, was ordered away from its designated training area and was confirmed offshore of Shadow Moses Island. It joined an E-3C AWACS that had already and suddenly been deployed to the area with none other than Jim Houseman, the National Security Advisor, aboard. 16 hours later, 6 F-117 Nighthawks with a full payload took off from the Galena AFB for Alaska. Various theories were placed into circulation by the media at the time. Some journalists insisted it had been a foiled invasion attempt by a foreign state. Others suspected a coup d'etat by a part of the U.S. military. I myself wrote an opinion piece for a magazine explaining that Shadow Moses was the Ellis Island for the Greys. This diminutive grey race is, after all, the most famous of our alien neighbours, notorious for having secret bases all over planet Earth. But, according to this file, we had all been off our marks. What had instead unfolded on Shadow Moses was the most major terrorist incident in history, an apocalyptic scenario born out of a government-developed Superman project and a doomsday weapon of the same origin. On that fateful day, the nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses had suddenly been seized by an irregular operations squad called Foxhound, aided by a group of next-gen super soldiers. And what they threatened was no less than a nuclear strike against the mainland United States. So, how is it that we're still alive? Apparently, we have a man known only as Solid Snake and his solitary infiltration of the disposal facility to thank for it. Believe it or not, this is only the tip of the iceberg as far as the Shadow Moses incident is concerned. The disk contains many more horrifying facts, such as a major government conspiracy, a classified weapon described as a walking nuclear-capable tank, and advanced genetic manipulation projects. Many of these hidden dealings were discovered by Solid Dick as he carried out his mission, and it is now my job to relate these facts to you, the readers. But is it still a little too premature to do so? The content of the disk may, after all, be nothing more than fiction, or even a delusion. After all, who exactly is this Nastasha Romanenko? In search of Nastasha Romanenko. Where in the world is Nastasha Romanenko? A quick search of the web turned up a few illuminating facts about this elusive writer. Nastasha Romanenko was at one point with the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. At the time of Shadow Moses, she appears to have been a freelance military analyst, having already resigned from the agency. Nuclear and weapons technology would certainly be right up her slow-talking alley, and in the disk she states that she took part in Solid Snake's mission support. Her exact role was as a member of NEST, Nuclear Emergency Search Team, providing field expertise via the radio. Her intimate involvement in the mission gives her a complete and clear grasp of the facts surrounding the case, despite the government's successful cover-up. A look at Romanenko's curriculum vitae and body of papers makes her anti-nuclear stance more than obvious. That, along with all the other facts about this person, suggests that unless she suffered a sudden chemical imbalance or is plotting a second career as a Hollywood screenwriter, Nastasha Romanenko does not indulge in expounding conspiracy theories for its own sake. All very interesting. So where is Nastasha Romanenko now? I decided to give Global Elements Inc., the book's publisher, a call. Below is a complete transcript of the conversation. Me. Hello! Listen, you're left... Wait. Ooh, boy. Alright, me. Hello! Listen, you leftover carnival prize. What do you know about a woman named Nastasha Romanenko? Whoever it was. Hey, your village called. They want their idiot back. And watch your language, freak. Click. Clearly they're hiding something. Why else the abrupt response and the hasty hang-up? I was on the trail of something important, something dangerous. If the content of the disk was true, this Nastasha Romanenko was definitely the woman who knew too much. Her life would be in danger, and she must either have gone to ground or was already dead. That brief telephone conversation spoke volumes. There was a contract out on her life. If this was the price of speaking the truth as described in that disk, the picture was complete. But was everything she wrote really true? I went back to my apartment and packed a bag. I was headed for Shadow Moses, the coldest place. I took a plane out to the northernmost domestic airport and went to see my cousin, John D. John D is a hardcore Alaskan and a big-eye tuna fisherman. When I asked him to drop me off at Shadow Moses Island during one of his trips out to sea, he turned pale and a nervous tick started up at the corner of his eye. Shadow Moses? Are you nuts? All the other guys say the place is crawling with the military. If you get even close to the shore, they shine these huge searchlights in your face. Some of my buddies even got interrogated once. I felt the sudden chill of fear along with the certainty that I was on the right track. You're a wuss, you know that? Try being abducted by a UFO. That'll teach you what's really scary. I got a family, you know. I'm not about to go messing around with the man. Okay. You get me as close as you can, then I'll swim the rest of the way. Swim? You're going to turn into frozen tuna treat. Don't worry about that. I have an idea. We sailed out for Shadow Moses Island that day. The trip to Shadow Moses. It was colder than the dairy section, and the boat pitched like a subway derailment on caffeine. I shook constantly from the cold, retched peanut butter into the sea, and then downed some more to keep warm. A few days passed in this pleasant fashion until John D., drawing lines on his charts, turned to me. I'm sorry, man, but this is as far as I can go. If you really want to do this thing, you're going to have to find your own way. There were at least 20 miles to Shadow Moses, according to the chart, but John D. was already a blubbering wreck, and I didn't have the heart to strong-arm him. I steeled my nerves. It's okay. Help me get ready. The plan was brilliant. I'd gutted a supersized tuna and stuffed some inflated balloons inside, along with a small oil lamp to keep the interior toasty. Is this man Guybrush Threepwood's descendant? I would cover the length of my body with the fish and dog-paddle my way to the island. Any oxygen shortage could quickly be remedied thanks to the balloon, and my landing would appear to be nothing more than a large dead fish swept ashore. All I had to do was slip out of the tuna undetected and investigate the hell out of the place. Absolutely brilliant. We are less than halfway. I bore the fishy stink of the tuna's skin with proper journalistic aplomb and walked to the edge of the ship's deck. The Arctic wind was numbing even through the wetsuit, but I bade John D. a hearty farewell and jumped into the sea. But right then, disaster struck. Actually, it was the tuna spine. Its bony mass conked me hard on the back of my head from the force of the landing. I tried to right myself, but I was jammed tight against the balloons. The tuna started to sink rapidly, and I kicked my legs wildly as about a gallon of seawater rushed into my lungs. To add insult to injury, the lamp fell over, shedding its cover. I could feel the heat of the exposed flame dangerously close to my face and smell the singed hair. This is why I hate traveling. But after what felt like hours, I found myself ashore on Shadow Moses Island, somehow not dead. Let's take a moment here to review what happened on the island on that fateful day. Romanenko's disc provides a complete answer. Shadow Moses was no ordinary weapons disposal facility, but served as a secret military training ground, among other things. On that day, the Wetworks Commando Unit known as Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces Group were conducting joint exercises. Foxhound is an irregular squad of elite soldiers equipped and armed to the teeth with the latest technology. They were long-time and strictly behind-the-scenes players throughout recent history, engaging in sabotage, selective assassinations, and other covert military operations. Wherever the United States could not officially intervene, whether it was a civil war, regional unrest, or other types of low-intensity conflict, Foxhound was there. It's unlikely, however, that the average citizen has ever heard of them before. These commandos remain a top-secret government project. And then there's the Next Generation Special Forces Unit. This is a cutting-edge anti-terrorist force newly organized to cope with terrorist incidents, specifically involving weapons of mass destruction typified in nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. They drew heavily from former mercenary ranks and are on a diet of rigorous VR training guided by the Force 21 concept. The result is combat capability, which is rumored to surpass even those of the Delta Force and Dev GRU, formerly known as SEAL Team 6. Most frightening of all, these soldiers have supposedly been manipulated at the genetic level to increase their combat performance. They were the purebreds among the dogs of war, and they turned on their masters with a surprising demand. Having seized the civilians that were on hand, they demanded that the government turn over to them the body of Foxhound's founder and combat genius, the imaginatively named Big Boss. The government had 24 hours to comply, or a nuclear strike would be initiated. But what would motivate them to make such a demand? And how did they intend to make good their threat of a nuclear launch? With these questions still unanswered, the government decided on a seemingly reckless course of action. For this daunting task of stopping a nuclear strike and freeing the hostages from the clutches of these ultimate soldiers, they sent in a single man. His name was Solid Snake, no other than a former member of the now renegade Foxhound and a legend among mercenaries for single-handedly bringing down the fortress cities of Outer Heaven and Zanzibar Land back when the world was in 2 dimensions and even older than this shit. The reaction is probably one of incredulity. Just one guy, you may wonder? They decided to gamble the future of the entire world on a single mercenary? I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment, but there is more to this mission than meets the eye, as I was later to discover. Solid Snake's remote support team. Snake was delivered to the island by USS Discovery, an Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine. He may have been the lone field operative, but there was a distinguished mission control team in contact with him by radio. So we're at page 56 of the recap, and we've finally reached the start of the game. This is amazing. I haven't really opinionated on this because I've been trying to deliver it, but this is incredible. I'm so glad that this is here, and I'm so glad that I'm reading this, even though it's taking me a fucking hour. I don't care. This is fun. It's incredibly stupid, but it's fun. Is this in the original version, or is this just in Substance, by the way? The overall control of the mission rested with Colonel Roy Campbell aboard the USS Discovery. As a former commander of Foxhound and Snake's CO during the 1999 Zanzibar land standoff, he was forcibly called out from retirement to deal with this latest crisis. Also aboard the Discovery was Dr. Naomi Trater Hunter, a genetic engineering expert with the commercial biotech firm ATGC Inc. She was in charge of injecting Snake with a disease, I guess. She was in charge of Foxhound's gene manipulation program. Mei Ling, the architect of this mission's state-of-the-art radar and communication systems, was the third team member. Apparently something of an engineering wunderkind, she developed this next-generation communication technology while still a student at MIT. At the time of the mission, she may have still been in her teens. McDonnell Miller, a former Foxhound survival instructor, was the only land-bound member of the mission control team. Unlike the other four, Miller was working out of his home in Alaska at his own request. This is what we call sus. Lastly, Nastasha Romanenko, the author of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, rounded out the team as an expert on nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. What terrorist acts were committed here? The hostages and what they tell us. The first task faced by Solid Snake upon his infiltration of Shadow Moses Island was the rescue of the hostages. Two of the captives in particular were considered top priority, but neither survived the mission. Though Snake successfully freed both men, they died suddenly in an identical manner. At the time, the mission control team tentatively attributed their deaths to heart attacks, a diagnosis that was to prove starkly incorrect. The first hostage was Donald Anderson, the head of DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the R&D body of the U.S. Department of Defense, and an actual thing that exists, I'm pretty sure. The organization is responsible for planning and overseeing the development of new weapons technology. The other VIP hostage, Kenneth Baker. Isn't that the guy who played R2-D2? Was the president of ArmsTech, one of the largest and most powerful defense subcontractors in the country. An overseer of the U.S.'s war technology and a powerful arms producer don't just happen to meet in an out-of-the-way military outpost. You made a joke about that? I probably acknowledged it at the time? I don't know. An overseer of the U.S.'s war technology and a powerful arms producer don't just happen to meet in the out-of-the-way military outpost. No one reading this account can fail to realize that these two had no business in a nuke disposal plant. And since neither Anderson nor Baker was in the habit of enjoying winter picnics, Romanenko's assertion that there was a new weapon secretly being developed on the island rings all the more true. According to her, there was indeed such a weapon, and it was close enough to completion to warrant a field test. But what exactly was this new weapon? The mother of all weapons. Metal Gear. I'm not sure it's a term that many of you have heard, but if you have, you've probably heard it in that particular gravelly tone. I know it only as a kind of journalistic urban legend while I was still a beat reporter. That is to say, I was a reporter who got beaten up a lot for my terrible attitude. It was a phantom bipedal tank that moved with unprecedented speed across difficult terrain such as mountains, deserts, and swamps, firing nuclear warheads from locations that were previously impossible. Once this weapon rolled off the assembly line, nuclear strikes could be made from almost any adverse terrain, and the tactical nuclear map for the whole world would be rewritten. This nuclear-capable bipedal tank is said to have lurked in the wings of both Outer Heaven of South Africa and Zanzibar land in Central Asia. One theory holds that the development had progressed to a working prototype stage, but the weapon never materialized in the World Arms stage. In a strange coincidence, or a causal connection, it was none other than Solid Snake who saved the world from the threat of Metal Gear during both incidents. But history does indeed repeat itself. And the specter of Metal Gear rose once again in the state-of-the-art weapons development program on Shadow Moses Island. When I reached this point in the narrative, I suddenly checked myself. Wouldn't want to wreck myself. Wasn't Metal Gear's time effectively over? Ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union late last century, the idea of mutually assured destruction and the arms race to maintain this dangerous status quo had been fading into obsolescence. The START II treaty, signed by both superpowers, had already started to chip away at the nuclear stockpile even back then. In fact, the disposal facility at Shadow Moses had been built to disarm and temporarily store many of these same warheads. With the very idea of nuclear weapons under serious scrutiny, why would the military invest in the development of a nuclear-capable tank? Or was there something more to this weapon? The nature of the beast. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Metal Gear Rex, the newest of its kind. Almost 45 feet in height, equipped with Vulcan cannons and laser array, and shielded by a cutting-edge composite armor, rendering the unit practically impervious to even heat, high-explosive anti-tank, warheads. And I haven't even gotten to the truly scary part of this thing. The crown jewel of this Shadow Moses Metal Gear was its railgun technology. The gun was designed to fire nuclear warheads clear of the atmosphere, where they would automatically align themselves to the target and ride the optimal trajectory back down to Earth. So what, you may think? There's a big fat missile flying in from the sky. Who cares where it came from? Just shoot the damn thing down. Oh, but here's the catch. You won't be able to find any of Rex's warheads, let alone shoot them down. Don't believe me? Well, the facts do bear me out. Normally, ballistic missiles go through 4 phases from launch to impact. The first is the boost phase, which consists of the time between the missile's launch and the point at which it leaves the atmosphere and exhausts its supply of rocket propellant. Following the burnout, the rocket enters the post-boost phase that concludes with the separation of the re-entry vehicle that contains the warhead. The third stage is the mid-course phase, in which the re-entry vehicle separates and achieves a controlled descent back into the atmosphere, and the warhead's re-entry into the atmosphere and its arrival at the target mark. The warhead's re-entry into the atmosphere and its arrival at the target mark the fourth and terminal phase, colloquially referred to as the boom. Current missile defense systems are alerted to incoming ballistic missiles by detecting the rocket burn during the missile's boost stage. However, Metal Gear's missile technology employs a railgun rather than conventional rocket propulsion to achieve boost stage acceleration. As a result, there is nothing for existing missile defense systems to detect. The railgun's effectiveness is nothing short of amazing, with a range of over 3,000 miles, rivaling that of mid-range ballistic missiles. It reliably homes in within 170 feet of the target 50% of the time, placing it in the same class as high-end ICBMs. Fuck, you can really tell that he got his research material from Nastasha. The ability of a Metal Gear to conquer virtually all terrain means that the railgun can launch a stealthy nuclear strike from almost any spot in the globe. This invisible attack would make it impossible for anyone to pinpoint the origin of a given missile, even in the event of a strike. Without a clear aggressor to retaliate against, the concept of mutual assured destruction falls apart. Without the fear of MAD, the existing rules of nuclear non-engagement would no longer apply. It also wouldn't matter if the whole world knew that a nuclear missile would be launched from Shadow Moses Island. The missile defense system was helpless against the new breed of ballistic missiles. This was exactly what the terrorists counted on in unleashing Metal Gear Rex and its all-powerful nuclear weapon against the world. What I finally saw inside the fortress. Anyway, I trudged through the cave, sweating under the weight of my trusty tuna. Soon the rocks gave way to smooth walls and a row of bright lights. I had finally arrived. This was no doubt the cradle of insurrection, that military facility which Solid Snake so brilliantly penetrated, the eye of the storm that threatened to engulf the world. Fortunately, there was not a soul to be seen. I could, however, hear a faint cry amidst the whistle of the wind. Gary, help me! I couldn't believe my ears. How could anyone on a remote island that I'd never visited know my name? I took a good cautious look around after shitting myself and saw a familiar figure among the steel pillars in the corner. It was John Dee, my cousin, who'd so carelessly pitched me overboard into the sub-zero water only a few hours ago, was now sitting on the ground, tied to a post. What had happened? Help Gary. I trotted over to where he was calling, pathetically, the tuna heavy on my back. He smiled weakly when he saw me. What the hell happened to you, John Dee? I asked, crouching down next to him. I don't know. Right after I let you off, this black helicopter came around. A helicopter? Yeah, a kind of squarish black one. Next thing I know, I'm tied up here. Gary, why are you still wearing that fish? Was there more to this, as I'd suspected? Who was responsible? The military? Or that mysterious group mentioned in the disc, the one whose authority outstrips even that of the President of the United States? My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden gunfire. I instinctively pulled the tuna over me again. Gary, you gotta help me! Untie me, will you? Where was the shooter? The bullets were wildly ricocheting off the posts, making it impossible for me to pinpoint the origin. If I stayed put, I was dead meat. Well, dead fish. What should be my next course of action? Untie me, man! Gary! Don't call me Gary, I'm just a tuna! I started to run, dodging bullets and sprinting up the stairs. I was unstoppable, speeding away like a gazelle in a large fish skin. Farewell, cousin John D. There are responsibilities greater than your safety that I must shoulder. Mine is a high and lonely path. Solid Snake versus the Army of Darkness. Let's take this moment to review Solid Snake's footsteps. The nuclear weapons disposal facility that he had infiltrated was crawling with terrorists, and engaging the enemy was unavoidable. This was a battlefield, no mistake about it. Snake's progress had been impeded at every step by the patrolling squads of super genome soldiers and such formidable foxhounds as Psycho Mantis, the master of Controller Port 1, the chameleon-like decoy octopus, the chain-gun-wielding giant Vulcan Raven, and Sniper Wolf, one of the best markswomen in history. The following is a profile of individuals whose involvement with the government conspiracy seems to be the most intimate. The information should help make the terrifying truth about this case more clear. Revolver Ocelot, an ex-Spetsnaz, also known as Shalashaska. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he found lucrative contracts as a mercenary in conflict-ridden regions throughout the world. His activities led to his recruitment by the US government and his entry into Foxhound. As his codename indicates, he is a brilliant marksman whose preferred weapon is a revolver. Ocelot challenged Snake when he came looking for Kenneth Baker, the president of ArmsTech Inc., but the battle never reached the conclusion Ocelot wanted due to the sudden intrusion of the stealth, camouflage-clad cyborg ninja. The ninja's sword cut a deadly arc right through Ocelot's right arm, and Ocelot retreated in agony. The Russian sharpshooter also served as a liaison between his terrorist band and a Russian militia, led by the renegade Colonel Gorlukovich. According to Foxhound leader Liquid Snake's master plan, the Russian militia would join them on Shadow Moses after the nuclear strike had been launched. They would then commence an all-out assault on the rest of the world from their safe retreat on the island. With nuclear missiles that could neither be detected nor defended against, over 1,000 first-class Russian soldiers, next-generation genome commandos, and the combat skill and tactical cunning of Foxhound, this new army's objective was nothing short of World War III. The Ninja. The mystery figure equipped with a reinforced exoskeleton and stealth camouflage confounded Snake as well as the terrorists with his superhuman strength and agility. His interest seems not to have been what was happening within the facility. Evidence suggests that he was there solely to engage Snake in battle. It was through such an encounter that Snake realized the identity of the ninja. His name had once been His name had been Grey Fox, and he was supposed to have been killed by Snake, his best friend. This may seem surprising, but the dead coming back to life is a fairly routine occurrence. There are examples throughout the world to prove the fact. When a Roland Grace's grave was relocated in 1952, there were deep gouge marks discovered on the inside of the Hungarian farmer's casket lid. It looked as though the dying man had tried to claw his way out of the coffin. On a brighter note, a Japanese man called Jinemon Natakama walked out of a stalactite cave in 1914, a full 10 years after he had gone missing while exploring the same cave. His family was doubly astonished to discover that he had apparently not aged a day since they last saw him. All of this makes complete sense to me, and it should to you as well in a moment. 2 words. Pyramid power. I have no doubt that Grey Fox was forced to undergo the same revival process by military scientists in the course of their horrific genetic experiments. Well, that went off topic. Liquid Snake. I know exactly what you were thinking as you hear the name of the man who led the Shadow Moses uprising, and my answer is yes. Solid Snake, our hero, and Liquid Snake are none other than twin brothers. They are not, however, twins in the usual sense. This is yet another manifestation of the US military's dangerous love affair with genetic engineering. The two snakes, twin snakes if you will, are fighting machines created through the so-called project L'Enfant Terrible. That's not how you say that, I know. L'Enfant Terrible? It's French. Fuck it. The rumors that the government is attempting mass production of super soldiers are numerous and persistent. Just the other day I came across something called D-People-EO, a humanoid combat droid. Development on the outer shell had gone off without a hitch, but the unit had to have a human being inside to function, which decreased its utility somewhat. The military finally realized that fact late in the game and pulled the plug. There was also a plan to use a well-known psychokinetics DNA material to breed an army of gifted soldiers. Unfortunately, someone pointed out that there is indeed no spoon, at least not in a normal combat situation. Solid and Liquid Snakes, however, were successfully created from their father Big Boss's genetic material. They were literally born to be extraordinary soldiers, and it was no surprise that when they finally met, the result would be a titanic confrontation. What I saw on the roof. I hauled myself and the tuna up the steps, dodging the invisible sniper. The spiral staircase seemed to go on forever. Just as I was about to give up the climb, I saw the exit to the roof. I pulled open the door and lurched into the faintly lit gloom. The sub-zero wind felt soothing on my overworked body. I laid the tuna down and sat down next to it, trying to catch my breath. The enemy may pursue me even here, but I had nothing left in me to run with. I pulled out my hip flask of peanut butter and bourbon and took a long swig. The fiery liquid slid down my throat, hot and thick. Peanut butter is my Waterloo. When I was a kid, I was a wuss who wouldn't eat peanut butter like other red-blooded children. One day I decided to confront this weakness of mine and put myself on a peanut butter overload. Anything I put in my mouth had to have peanut butter on it. I piled the stuff on everything from chili dogs without onions, my favorite dish, to spearmint gum, to my first girlfriend's lips. The inevitable result was that I came to hate peanut butter. If I didn't much like it before, I now loathed it with abandon. If I could gather the entire world's supply of peanut butter and dump it in the Bermuda Triangle, I would. As it is, all I can do is eat as much of the stuff as I can. Peanut butter, I will always hate you. How does that song go? And I will always hate you. No, that's not it. Will always... it must be another song I'm thinking of. Can't remember. Snow is starting to coat my shoes. Where was my tuna? Oh, there it is, right next to me. Bright light in my eye. Now I remember what day it is. June 24th, the anniversary of my UFO abduction. Why am I so sleepy? And what is that sound? It was a chopper. A squarish black one. And it was coming closer. Fox Die, the secret assassination virus. If you recall, I wrote that the two hostages, the DARPA chief Donald Anderson and the Arms Tech president Kenneth Baker, died of a heart attack while they were being rescued by Solid Snake. The actual cause of their death, however, was a specially engineered assassination virus called Fox Die. Fox Die is a retrovirus, which is why we're streaming in the retro category, that kills only a select people. Its development was passed on to Naomi Hunter from her predecessor. Once Fox Die finds its way into its target system, the person dies almost immediately. It's practically a viral equivalent of spontaneous human combustion. Dr. Hunter had injected Solid Snake with this virus, and as he unwittingly made contact with his targets one by one, they fell prey to the retrovirus's power. Not really, only two of them fucking did. They sidestepped it for everybody else. Who knows why Ocelot's still kicking? Yeah, but Liquid Snake did not die immediately. Or almost immediately. In fact, it took him a laughably long time to finally fall prey to it out of plot convenience. Sure. He died to it, but he didn't die to it the way he was supposed to. But the decision to infect Snake was not hers. That order, in fact, came directly from the Pentagon. The Defense Department's goal. The true objective of the DoD was to selectively assassinate the perpetrators of the terrorist uprising. All Snake had to do was come into contact with the targets, the mission objectives he was actually given, namely to stop the nuclear launch and rescue the hostages, being nothing more than a smokescreen. By simply sending Snake in as a disease vector, the Pentagon stood to reclaim their expensive investments. Metal Gear and the bodies of the Genome soldiers with little risk of damage. The Pentagon also believed that Fox Die would successfully cover up the incident by virtue of its lethality. However, Naomi Hunter's re-engineering of the virus cast grave doubts on the reliability of Fox Die itself. Even though the nature of her manipulation was unknown, the Pentagon decided to take extreme measures to counteract this development. The bomber on the horizon. Alarmed by the news of Dr. Hunter's tampering, the then Defense Secretary Jim Houseman personally took over as the mission's commander and headed for Shadow Moses on an AWACS. AWACS. Around the same time, a bomber took off from a base in Galena, Alaska, carrying a payload of surface-piercing B-6113 tactical missiles. Oh, that's a really good point. If Ocelot was in league with the president, Fox Die probably wasn't supposed to get him. That's true. And the other members of Foxhound, I imagine the idea was that they died before it could happen, due to the actual fight. The Defense Secretary had decided on a more direct approach to cover up. Fighting nuke with nuke. It was a rationale that smacked of a return to the arms race, and Snake was furious. He had already succeeded in destroying Metal Gear Rex. and the terrorist incident was over for all intents and purposes. Was a nuclear airstrike to be his prize for accomplishing all this? As it turned out, the airstrike never happened. Somebody had countermanded Jim Hausman's orders. You may think that the only person with the authority to override the orders of the Secretary of Defense was his Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. But like most things in this account, the truth is far from obvious. The hand that stopped the nuclear strike was that of a shadowy, secret society. But what kind of a group is it whose power outstrips even that of the American presidency? The face of the enemy. When I came to, I was sitting in a weather station cabin with a burlap sack on my head and my hands tied behind my back. So this is the way it ends, I thought dimly. I haul myself all the way out to this pimple in the Arctic and die at the hands of an invisible executioner without finding out a thing. One of my captors moved in closer and started to rummage through my inside chest pocket. I cursed inwardly. This was where I carried Nastasha Romanenko's disc, the entire account of the Shadow Moses incident. My policy is the best way to ensure that something doesn't get stolen is to have it with you at all times. Clearly, I needed to reevaluate that one. The man easily found and seized the disc. "What is this?" he demanded. "Whatever it is, it's worth more than you," I responded with as much menace and dignity as the burlap on my head allowed. Well, well, that is something. What followed was both highly tedious and painful, and nothing of great significance was said until that electrifying statement, "We have the disc back." I may have pissed myself. We have now come full circle since the start of my account and caught up to the point where it originated. It was unclear how the disc had gotten to Max Smithson at Mega Surprise, but my captor's words indicated that the disc had originally belonged to them. Either that or they were the ones who wanted it, and the most urgently. I took my courage in my hands and opened a dialogue with them. "Yo, you guys happen to be that secret society whose power outstrips even that of the American presidency? Answer me, you artificial coloring on a cheap drugstore candy cane!" This had the exact effect I'd hoped for, namely to send them into a violent fit of rage. I must have hit pretty close to home. The contents of the disc were as good as verified. This was indeed the secret society whose power outstripped even that of the American presidency. In my delight, I hardly paid attention to the obscenities that were being screamed at me, nor to the distinct sound of a gun being pulled out of its holster. It was then that the cabin suddenly erupted into controlled chaos. It seemed only seconds from the time the window was smashed in to the moment I realized that my captures had been decimated and I was alone with my savior. Who was this human whirlwind? I was ready to lose my lunch from the curiosity and the terror. I could taste the peanut butter in my mouth. I could hear the enigma walk up to me and lift the burlap sack off my head. I concentrated on the hammering of my heart for a moment, and then slowly looked up. There was nobody there. I could see nothing. Sense nothing. But someone was untying the ropes biting into my wrists. Invisible hands placed themselves on either side of my head in a strange parody of a coronation. They deftly removed the bandana I had earlier fashioned into a clumsy bandage for my bruised head. The faded piece of cloth was not my own, but a flotsam found on the beach. I reached for the unseen figure with my shaking hands, but with one quick flick of the bandana it was gone. But there were more surprises to come. As I gingerly moved my stiff body, I felt an unfamiliar bulk against my chest and discovered the precious optical disc. Miraculously recovered. Not only that, but there were enough backup copies to fill me with awe and pop the stitches on my flimsy pocket. I thought of my mysterious savior, possessed of superhuman fighting ability, invisible and capable of burning discs in an instant. There was only one possible explanation. He had to be an alien. Probably the little grey kind. Life after Shadow Moses. And so I came in from the cold, to my hole of an apartment in New York, my trusty tuna beside me. The landlord mentioned that my neighbor, the starving student, had gone missing recently. It could be that I was nosing around the wrong information from his machine. If I ever see him alive again, I should apologize. I am currently banging out this manuscript on an antique typewriter. This is the truth as described on the optical disc, and is elaborated and verified by my own experiences on that fearsome island. As this account draws to a close, my thoughts dwell more and more on Nastasha Romanenko, the woman who risked everything by recording the facts of this incident onto this disc. I think it was her way of giving voice to the victims of this mission, the casualties of nuclear weapons throughout modern history, and to all the lives disrupted and damaged by an elaborate government conspiracy. Her will was passed on to a counterculture journalist in New York City. That's me, and the truth is now out there for all to see, just as she dreamed. Readers, the responsibility to disseminate the facts of the Shadow Moses incident is now yours. What will you risk to know the truth? Publishers afterward. This non-fiction work was based on the factual account written by Nastasha Romanenko, a military analyst who allegedly took part in a secret mission to counter a terrorist incident on Alaska's Shadow Moses Island. Her account was published in its original unabridged form as In the Darkness of Shadow Moses after the successful publication of this volume. Gary McGolden, the author, is a journalist and a non-fiction writer who is best known for his past bestseller, The Telekinetic Powers of the Loch Ness Monster, the True Energy Source of UFOs. The details of McGolden's adventures on Shadow Moses remain uncorroborated, but there are serious doubts as to his tuna-aided landing on the island. There is, in fact, ample evidence that he was swept out to another small island several miles south of Shadow Moses and failed to ever realize that fact. McGolden has seemingly vanished into thin air following his manuscript's arrival at our humble offices. While this has been a source of great pleasure to our accounting department, I sincerely hope that this notoriously fickle but talented writer is hard at work on a follow-up to this volume. Though certain aspects of the book require further fact-checking, this alone should not dissuade you of the veracity of many of its main assertions, nor should you dismiss the contents of Nastasha Romanenko's disc outright. Instead, readers should approach this account with an open mind and a sense of adventure, much as Gary McGolden did when he first received the disc in the mail. I should note, however, that Gary was mistaken about one thing. I never mailed him the disc. Max Smithson, Editor-in-Chief, Mega Surprise Magazine. My God, there's another one. Again, it depends. If this one... Okay, this is written by Nastasha. You know I find her boring. You know I find her boring, right? That guy was great, but this is probably not going to be as funny, and so I'm probably going to start skipping it. If it's raw recap. If it's new shit, if it's interesting shit, I will read it, but if it's raw recap, I don't know. In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, the Unofficial Truth. I dedicate this book to the casualties of Shadow Moses, as well as to all those who suffered the tyranny of the nuclear weapons. And to Richard Ames. Who's that? Prologue, Shadow Moses Island, coordinates unknown. Even the local fishermen rarely ventured to this outcropping of land, yet the incident of all incidents took place in this remote isle, north of Alaska's Fox Islands. A number of confirmed facts undermine the U.S. government's denial of the entire affair. Among those are the sudden appearance of the Ohio-class nuclear submarine USS Discovery off Shadow Moses, far away from its designated position, and an official record that shows that a squadron of 6 fully armed Nighthawks departed from Galena Air Force Base a scant 16 hours later. In another possibly related event... on emergency deployment to the Alaska area is said to have none other than the then National Security Advisor Jim Houseman was on board VIP. What exactly happened on Shadow Moses? There was no lack of rumors to account for the series of unusual military activities, an armed incursion, a coup attempt, other theories. I can state unequivocally that they're all bullshit. What actually took place was the single greatest terrorist incident in modern history. It was an act of political violence on a scale the world had never seen, a blow that threatened to send the sword of Damocles of nuclear warfare into a freefall. The attack stemmed from several so-called black projects which the government had been conducting in top secret. I have in my hand 2 optical discs. One contains the entire record of events that took place on Shadow Moses Island that fateful day. Other key points of this incredible record are the identification of the perpetrators of the government's own Foxhound unit, with a long dark history of secret intervention, the existence of Metal Gear Rex, the discovery of a massive conspiracy, the activities of a single former operative who took on this daunting situation and averted the crisis, Solid Snake. The other remaining disc holds the details of Project Fox Die, a massive cover-up which was planned and executed to prevent exposure. There are, after all, forces within the U.S. government who seek to maintain the military power structure established in the last century and will not hesitate to resuscitate the terror of nuclear arms in order to achieve that end. I intended to expose that activity in the entirety of the Shadow Moses affair through this book. Only then can we hope to free the coming generations from the damnosa hereditas of the 20th century nuclear arms race. Damned heretics? I looked up from the massive documents at the sound of the doorbell, and the monitor in front of me was a half-finished status report on the resurgence of nuclear arms development in a certain Middle Eastern state. The United Nations Special Commission had officially requested a survey and had been refused entry. Tensions were once again running high in the Gulf. As a military analyst whose specialty was nukes, I was under contract from a think tank to produce a study. It was due the day after the next, and interruptions were definitely not welcome. I ground out my cigarette and my ashtray and stepped out of the study. All visitors to my house are checked via a surveillance camera and then let in through the gate. The property itself is surrounded by a high wall. It may seem like overkill for a beach community, but security is a necessity in greater LA, if only to keep out the legion of swimsuit-clad tourists. But there was nobody at the gate. It was either a prank or the camera wasn't working. Reluctant to investigate, but feeling unsettled nevertheless, I headed back to the study and sat down at the computer to continue my work. Just then, someone spoke behind me. "You always were a little careless." I spun around, kicking my chair over. There was a man standing at the entrance of the study, slouching in a well-tailored suit. Richard. He caught my eye and grinned. Ignoring my surprise, he strolled into the room, gazing around at the pile of books and papers. Still as disorganized as ever. He shrugged his shoulders in a familiar gesture, triggering a wave of memories laced with bitterness. Richard Ames and I were married once upon a time. We were both young and worked for the DIA. Spent much of our brief marriage in disagreement over pretty much everything, and just as I came to realize that our marriage was a mistake, he fucked off. A while later, I received the paperwork for divorce from his lawyer. There was a generous alimony offer involved, which I refused. Not only did I find the thought of owing him anything intolerable, I also wanted to prove that he was not the only one who could bugger off without an explanation. The divorce was finalized without us ever meeting face to face, and then we were legally strangers once again. In the 5 years since, I quit the DIA and became freelance. I had not seen Richard at all, nor even heard of his whereabouts. "How did you get in here?" I demanded. After all, attempting to scale the wall or force the front door would immediately trigger the security system, but he refused to be ruffled. "If you're going to use a flimsy lock like that, you may as well not bother. I'd recommend a more professional security setup." "Does the term breaking and entering mean anything to you, Richard?" "You know, law isn't my field of expertise," he replied nimbly and peered over my shoulder at the report on the computer display. "Radioisotope projectile separator uranium-235 production feasibility for high-speed gas centrifuge. Fuck, you're a boring woman. No wonder I divorced you. Looks like your career is going well, though. That's great." I pushed Richard aside and asked him flatly, "What do you want?" He took a step back and regarded me with a slightly mischievous smile. "What? You afraid I came back to give us another chance?" He let the silence linger as if to relish my reaction. Then, suddenly formal, he continued, "It's an official request from the DIA." He placed a folder on the desk. "Join NEST, group that operates in the Department of Energy budget. Established in 1974, technological support to the FBI in areas of intelligence, investigation, damage containment, medical response during incidents involving criminal threats of nukes. Call it a band of experts on nuclear terrorism. Independently contracted scientists from federally funded research entities, military specialists from groups dealing with arms issues." That's Nastasia. Richard opened the file folder. "You've heard of Shadow Moses Island, I assume?" I nodded. I'd heard of it. Hardly public knowledge, home to a nuke disposal facility. According to the terms of the START II treaty, total number of warheads owned by US and Russia were reduced to somewhere between 3,000 or so in the later decades. The outcome was a massive number of warheads in need of disposal when there was already a shortage of storage space for the materials to begin with. As a result, the warheads had to be kept somewhere before they could be destroyed, and radioactive elements extracted for long-term storage. The Shadow Moses facility was the answer. Producing whatever could the old nuclear stockpile. Richard took out several photographs in the folder and handed them to me. They all appear to be satellite captures of the nuclear disposal plant on Shadow Moses Island, perhaps acquired from the NRO. Multiple human figures around the building structures. The disposal plant was seized by terrorists. I looked up sharply at the news, but his next words left me speechless. The ringleaders are Foxhound. Once again, they describe Foxhound. Not just Foxhound. Foxhound was conducting joint exercises with Next Generation Special Forces. We know them as well. Force 21. VR environment. Persistent rumors that the men have been genetically enhanced. Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces. They were without a doubt the most skilled group of fighting men produced by the US, and they'd hijacked a nuclear arsenal. Richard had more bad news. Civilian hostages. Donald Anderson and Kenneth Baker. Hey, I mean, this one's faster because it keeps giving me repetition, so we can skip through it. But no such thing as a coincidence. I decided to be direct with Richard. I like this because it makes sense. This is the book that Gary used. Or rather, no, the book came out after, but they're working off the same material. It's annoying, but it makes sense. I get it. This is, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the ancillary material in Watchmen. You ever read the Watchmen comics? In the middle of each one of those comics, there's just a bunch of, like, in-universe material. Books, articles, interviews. It's, like, it's all naturalistic, if you get what I mean. And it feels real as a result. But it slows you the fuck down. There's something going on in that disposal facility, I take it. Let me guess. Demonstration of a new weapon. How should he know? It's also a prime Northern Lights observation locale. Whatever was going on, this was no ordinary incident. With that in mind, I moved on to another point. What are their demands? They want Big Boss. Why would they want that so badly? No idea, but unless they have it within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuke, so we have about 19 hours. Richard doesn't seem too worried. But, it's also giving us new information, like Richard Ames, Gary McGolden. These aren't characters from MGS1. They're talking about what happened there, but they're telling it in a new way, so I want to see what's in there. Richard always had a plan in place and the machinery in motion before opening up to someone else. All he asks from others is approval after the fact. I could appreciate that. Shadow Moses is locked down. We're inserting a single operative, Solid Snake. Solid Snake in the picture, there's a possibility of success. The USS Discovery is there with Snake aboard. What do I have to do with all of this? Snake doesn't know shit about nukes, so you should be in his ear talking about weapons. Right on cue, 2 men started to move a large piece of hardware, communication equipment, into the study. I'd like you to be available to Snake for consultation via satellite link-up. They like Big Boss and they cannot lie. No, you're not sorry. As soon as the equipment was in place, an engineer type started to make adjustments. I could see another group of men setting up a satellite dish in the background. They were all in civilian clothes, but a few of them had the build and oddly fitting jacket that marked them as armed military personnel. Scab leader mode. Yes. Still something that puzzled me. Nest has a small investigative team on standby at all times. Clearly they were the natural choice for this assignment. Why me? Richard turned and answered without missing a beat. I need people I can trust. There's too much at stake. That was a lie. Richard Ames trusts no one, but whatever the real reason was, he didn't intend to tell me. What would you have done if I wasn't in? Well, you have to be somewhere. Would have located you. Are you in? Of course. I don't enjoy being a pawn, especially Richard's, but I wasn't going to stand by while nuclear terrorism was in progress. A nuke takes an untold number of lives, and all in the blink of an eye. Adults and infants, women and men, kills indiscriminately. If there was a chance I could do something to stay the hand on the nuclear button, I had to do it. Insertion was a success. Snake is on Shadow Moses. The study was almost unrecognizable, thanks in part to the racks of comms hardware. Cables snaked across every square, and engineers and DIA agents were coming and going in controlled chaos. The place looked like what it was, a temporary mission control room. You should be hearing from him soon. Are you clear on how to use the radio? Mm-hmm. While the engineers were setting up the equipment, I'd been briefed on its use. Snake had been delivered to the thing by a submarine, we know that. Swim the rest of the way, we know that. That last leg of the insertion struck me as nothing sort of suicidal until I learned that Solid Snake was outfitted with a state-of-the-art sneaking suit and had been injected with a compound designed to prevent hypothermia. Roy Campbell, Snake CO during Zanzibar Land. So I guess he was in Metal Gear 2. Dr. Naomi Traitor Hunter, also on the team. She'd been leading the bioengineering program. Both Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces have been undergoing genetic manipulation to enhance their combat capability. Nastasha has a difficult time coming to terms with genetic engineering to make super soldiers. Yeah, fair enough. Mei Ling. And McDonnell Miller, who had volunteered to join the team. That's interesting because the other book said that Miller was unlike the others reporting in from home, but Nastasha was also reporting in from home. The 5 of us were more than equipped to support Snake, but Snake was still the lone field operative, and his mission was a desperate one. Richard maintained that this was the most workable plan. In hindsight, perhaps I should have suspected something then. The signs of a conspiracy were there, cleverly disguised as it was in a seemingly reckless mission plan, but we failed to see it, and both Snake and I were to regret our folly. Line was already live. I could feel myself growing keener, more on edge. This is Nastasha Romanenko. Good to meet you, Solid Snake. The voice that responded over the radio was, above all things, calm. Here was a man operating alone in deeply hostile territory, and I could sense nothing resembling tension or impatience. Instead, it was level, unruffled, like answering a routine telephone call at an office desk. So this is very definitely taken directly from the game. They wouldn't change the dialogue here. You get to the point fast, don't you? Not that I can do little more than advise in this case. Snake was the one putting his life on the line. All I could do was talk over the radio. I'll be counting on you for your help. Strangely comforting voice, a voice that inspired trust. I resolved myself to do everything in my power to help him. I started to brief Snake on the background, running through the points he needed to know. My first short exchange with Solid Snake ever, I was beginning to understand why he was called the man who makes the impossible possible. The icy calm in the face of insurmountable difficulty, the absolute confidence made it suddenly seem possible that he would pull off this deadly mission. He had the power to make me believe. Richard looks at her and says, "You have a kind of glow about you when you're working. I used to call it workaholism in the past. You found it very unappealing." Time flies, people change their mind. No, that's nostalgia. You'll dislike it again soon enough. Solid Snake lived up to his reputation. He adroitly wove his way through the enemy's patrols, infiltrated the plant, made contact with Donald Anderson. We had monitoring capability over Snake's every movement thanks to the nanomachines. Donald Anderson confirms that the terrorists had full nuclear capability, and Metal Gear was there. The ultimate weapon. The tank. Nukes, 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 nukes. Speculations this unholy grail of weapons development technology was being pursued late last century. The weapon never made it onto the stage. It was destroyed. Destroyed by Snake. Had a strange quirk of fate brought Snake into this incident? No, she knew Richard too well. Richard. Interesting. Snake had to have been called in because of his past battles. Whoever had planned this mission had been thorough, and the more I realized that, the less I liked it. We're a fifth into her book. A few years ago, I interviewed a high-ranking DoD official and led the conversation to the subject of Metal Gear. His response at the time was that the US had very little interest in developing a weapon like that. Not that he officially admitted that it existed, it was just he was being hypothetical, you know? With the collapse of the Soviet Union, nuclear arsenals built to enforce the idea of mutually assured destruction had lost its justification. In the current multilateral world order, rife with smaller regional powers, development priority lay with cruise missiles and smaller weapons with lower lethality. Metal Gear, with its affinity for rough terrain, would be extremely difficult to discover and destroy, so it was the perfect strike system for rogue states. Deeply concerning. Massive rupture in the world order if such non-democratic sovereignties were to get a hold of it. The devil's candy, that was what Metal Gear seemed to be. So why was this weapon being developed on American soil? Maybe the Defense Department wanted to restore last century's nuclear strategy to the national agenda. Or was there something different about this Metal Gear? Launch key consisted of two separate passcodes, one by Anderson, one by Baker. Anderson's was already in the terrorist hands. He was worried about Baker's because of Psycho Mantis had literally read Anderson's mind. Totally not a lie. Bottom line was that the terrorists could activate Metal Gear and launch the missile whenever they wanted. But override key. To enter the launch code and cancel the launch. Even if they'd already completed prep for a strike, the override would reverse the process. So, Snake now needed to obtain the override key from Baker. He attempted to sneak Anderson out, but then Anderson fell over dead. And Naomi Hunter diagnosed it as a heart attack. She would know. Snake walked out of the cell alone in search of Kenneth Baker, leaving behind what had until recently been Donald Anderson. See, this is interesting, because presumably later in her own book, she's going to retcon that and be like, actually, it was Decoy Octopus, right? In a non-fiction account, are you supposed to do that? Are you supposed to reveal information when it came in and not, like... You'd think that she wouldn't preserve narrative tension. She'd just be like, we later learned this was Decoy Octopus. Alright, what exactly is going on here? I confronted Richard as soon as I confirmed Snake's safe departure. You know the situation. There was a Metal Gear field exercise being conducted on Shadow Moses. Foxhound and the next-gen commandos were in charge of the exercise, but now they're threatening to use the Metal Gear to launch a strike. Apparently I didn't know about that. Well, if you say so. I glared at Richard, but he didn't turn a hair. He knew as well as I did that I couldn't abandon the mission. Even if I did refuse to cooperate, there was an entire group of personnel around me that wouldn't let that happen. Fuck, that is interesting. Because you don't think about the situation of the Codec people, right? I mean, Miller, sure. But Nastasha's situation. Huh. So she was surrounded... She was, like, sort of... Not coerced, but... She was under serious pressure. What happened to Anderson? Why is he dead? It's hard to say, says Richard. Naomi thinks it was a heart attack, but I'll pull his medical records just in case. Snake was moving deeper into the complex, found Kenneth Baker, came face to face with the trap, came face to face with Ocelot. As another description of Ocelot, he moved into Otriad Milici Osobogo Naznachenia, the Interior Ministry Riot Squad, the Black Berets, and the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, successor to the KGB's first chief directorate after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Couldn't adapt to the new regime and dropped out. And then he eventually came to Foxhound. Could hear the gun battle. And here she goes into the guns they were using in the battle. That is so Nastasha. This is so unnecessary, but it makes sense. Using this outmoded weapon for live combat is unheard of. Oh, Ocelot was using an antique. Ocelot invested the vintage gun with diabolical powers, with ricocheting bullets. Just as Snake was about to deliver the decisive blow, an explosion rang out. My hand! Ocelot's scream came a second later, followed by more explosions. What the hell is going on? Richard cried. We don't know yet, but a life sign other than the 3 men that were confirmed to be in the room. The unidentified 4th subject is knocking down girders. No sign of firearm use. He has a big sword. Very fast fellow. Stealth camouflage. Someone's left a job half done. We'll continue this later. Ocelot left the area. Boom, 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 boom. I'm like you. I have no name. Names are for friends, so I don't need one. Unspeakable pain in the cyborg ninja's voice. You have a reinforced skeleton. Horrible sound. The cry went on and on. The 4th subject has disappeared. Can we track him? Nope. Vanished. No traces. Collect as much data as you can. Electromagnetic pattern that resembles a stealth camouflage signature. Not everything happening according to plan, I take it. Within acceptable deviation, the mission will go on as planned. His eyes betrayed his disquiet, but he quickly recovered his characteristic arrogance. You just concentrate on your job. The ninja. Snake was attempting to get Kenneth Baker back on his feet. Baker volunteered the information because of Ocelot's torture. An untrained civilian could definitely not withstand the torture techniques developed in Lubyanka. The situation was more desperate than ever. He had entrusted a soldier, a woman who had refused to join the mutiny with it while they had been sharing the cell. The Colonel's niece, Meryl. Snake seemed to know something I certainly did not. And that's cool too. Nastasha never got clued in on Meryl, so of course she'd be confused here. And Richard didn't say anything. Executive pointed him towards Hal Emmerich. Snake promised to search out Emmerich. Baker gave him the optical disc. Richard raises his eyebrows sharply. Baker, oblivious to the frenzy of speculation he had set off, continued. No need to feign ignorance. You were sent to retrieve this, and I was now more puzzled than ever. If Metal Gear was being developed in Shadow Moses, the research data would have been backed up. Not only that, why would the president of the company have been carrying the data around? Snake took the disc, confused about it. I have to stop them if the truth got out. Metal Gear technology is already a known factor. Oh god, what did you do to me? It can't be. That thing. Damn Pentagon bureaucrats. I get it now, you son of a... He fell down dead. So Baker knew about Fox Die and recognized it as it was starting to affect him. Were those lines in the game? He was immediately on the radio with Campbell. Colonel, you better be listening real well. This one dropped dead too. Snake demanded an explanation, but nobody provided one. Snake was dissatisfied, but Campbell directed Snake to cooperate with his niece Meryl. The key was in Meryl's hands. Baker had been colluding with Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, to secretly develop a new Metal Gear on the government's so-called black budget. My later investigations revealed that regular payments in the tens of thousands had been made to the corporate account of a firm for which Anderson's wife ostensibly acted as a consultant. The arms tech payoff into this dummy company had started several years ago. Anderson had been bribed a lot. Even the government black budget had limits, however. I recalled a rumor from some years before Anderson payoff started. The chief of naval operations at the time had a classified pet project, and the scuttlebutt was it involved the construction of a completely new type of battleship. Just what kind of a ship was never revealed, since the entire program fell apart after the CNO suddenly passed away. The unexpected death coincided with Arms Tech's launch. The money must have been freed up by his death. The question about whether it had been freed up for the allocation of the new Metal Gear development. Officially ruled a suicide, but there were theories to the contrary back then. Anderson's dying words included a reference to the Pentagon, and there was more to it than met the eye. So now Baker is dead as well. Are you going to look into his medical records too, I asked Richard. We'll do that, just as a precaution. Having to babysit a senior citizen with a broken arm wasn't going to help Snake with his mission. You haven't changed a bit, Richard. That bad boy act of yours. You only talk like an insensitive jerk to divert attention from something. I wonder what you're hiding. Nothing at all. Having made radio contact with Meryl, Solid Snake agreed to put off a rendezvous with her in favor of rescuing Hal Emmerich. He reached the lab just as the ninja was attempting to attack Dr. Emmerich, and the two fighters squared off in a very, very stupid fight. It's Grey Fox. The ninja is Grey Fox. Supposed to have been killed, but he wasn't. The alpha soldier of Foxhound and the only member allowed the Fox designation was the subject of human testing. Shipped back from Zanzibar land mortally wounded, and then they science labbed him. I could not help but note with some surprise the emotional tone in which the normally collected Dr. Hunter described these events. When Snake asked why she had not volunteered the truth of the ninja's identity earlier, Naomi only tersely said that it was classified information. Nastasha asks Richard if that's true, the accident in the lab. It is true. The cause of the explosion was never determined. Dr. Clark died in the accident. The only remains they could find of Grey Fox were fragments of the reinforced skeleton. So Naomi wasn't the only one who knew about this and didn't say anything. It's classified information. Snake secured Dr. Emmerich, who, didn't know what Metal Gear was despite working on it, as the chief developer. We like Otakon, but that's still stupid. On discovering that he had been deceived, he volunteered his expertise to Snake. He mentioned his grandfather's involvement in the Manhattan Project, the ethical turmoil the man had carried with him. Ironically enough, the older scientist's son, Hal Emmerich's dad, was born the day the atomic bomb had found Hiroshima. 3 generations. We could hear the pain and the regret in Dr. Emmerich's voice. He seemed genuinely upset that the technology he had developed purely for the furthering of knowledge and betterment of mankind had been exploited for weapons development. You may call me harsh, but I didn't feel much sympathy for him. Technological and scientific innovation need not have direct bearing on nuclear or virological research to contribute to the makings of weapons of mass destruction. After all, the ninja was born of genetic engineering and cybernetic research, which could easily have healed a civilian rather than improved upon a soldier. Scientists cannot plead naivete to the practical products of their own research. The consequences must be anticipated, and the ethical burden of a newly developed technology must ultimately rest with the individual researcher. That is a very cheerful way to describe one of the worst events in humanity. Yeah, fucking hell. I wondered if Dr. Emmerich would ever realize that onus. This is why I like books that have point of view swaps, like rather than just following a protagonist through it's why I like The Wheel of Time so much, because after the first book and specifically towards the later books, you're constantly hopping perspectives, and you get shit like this. You get just someone's opinion of somebody, just unfiltered. It's good. Freed from the laboratory where he was being held, Emmerich cloaked himself with a stealth camo of his own making and promised to keep out of sight. With the stealth camo, he could easily evade the terrorist surveillance. Yeah, so who's the stealth camo person who rescued Gary? Is it Emmerich? A silent Emmerich? His rescued charge safe, Snake departed for a rendezvous with Meryl. Snake's objective was to meet with Meryl and re-enter the launch code using her override key, outwitting the Foxhound psychic Psycho Mantis all the while. Meryl was ambushed on the way by the Foxhound sharpshooter Sniper Wolf. Oh, so we just skipped right over Psycho Mantis, huh? Outwitting the psychic Psycho... So we're just skipping over the fight with Psycho Mantis and his death. Straight to Meryl getting shot. And we're still a third into the book? Jesus. Okay. Snake, attempting to rescue the wounded commando, was himself captured. He was taken to the terrorist command post, still unconscious, stripped of all his gear. His cochlear implant radio passed unnoticed, so we could hear the terrorists conferring about the incapacitated operative. We gathered from their talk that preparations for the nuke were complete. Richard was unusually intent on identifying the individuals in the room. From the voices involved, we confirmed the presence of Sniper Wolf, Revolver Ocelot, and Liquid Snake. What little I knew of Liquid was troubling, and it came entirely from a slim file folder Richard showed me just before we set up. The man with the same designation as Solid Snake was recruited after Solid's departure. His fighting skills were formidable, and he quickly rose to leadership in the field op team. His real name, place of origin, other information, classified. Only a single photograph accompanied the documents, and I had not been able to contain my astonishment at the sight of it. It's not a mistake, that is Liquid Snake. The face was the splitting image of Solid Snake. Maybe it's because they're fucking identical clones. His words were non-committal, but Richard's tone spoke volumes. And now the two snakes, Solid and Liquid, had indeed come face to face, but Liquid had little to say. "So long, brother," he called out before turning and walking away. The voice was full of hatred, but there was also something in it that seemed to confirm and gleefully anticipate another meeting. Why this was as mysterious to me as the reason he called Solid Snake brother. Wouldn't find out the truth until a little later. What awaited Snake after his brief encounter with Liquid was Ocelot's KGB interrogation techniques. Ocelot apparently had no interest in extracting information, but appeared to just enjoy torturing people for fun. Snake's ragged gasps echoed from the radio in the silence of the control room. The heart rate and other physiological data transmitted by his nanomachines graphically demonstrated the extent of his suffering. All we could do was listen and wait. After Ocelot was done, the battered Snake was taken to a cell. Campbell soon established radio contact with him, but Snake had some hard questions for his former CO instead. He realized that Metal Gear was a nuke delivery system, basically a pizza delivery guy for nuclear strikes. Campbell was at a loss. Pawns don't need to know, is that it? Even the president was unaware of the existence of Project Rex until the day before. To make matters more complicated, he was due to meet with the Russian president and start the formal signing of START 3, further reduction of the nuclear arsenal, picking up where START 2 left off. The agreement would reduce the number of tactical ballistic missiles to somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500, and the signing was a historic event that had been made possible by a long and arduous process. If the fact that a new nuclear weapon was being developed by the US was made public, that signing probably wouldn't happen. There'd be a loss of confidence in Americans' commitment to non-proliferation. Obviously, the government clearly had reason to keep this situation under wraps, and there were ample indications that the terrorists had counted on that. The timing of the takeover and the 24-hour deadline said as much. Tell me what this new warhead is about. Why don't you accept their demands, give them the body? That's not an option. Is there a reason you can't comply with that demand? Naomi broke in. The president's passed a number of policies that severely restrict genetic engineering. You can't afford to have the public know about the stuff we've been doing. Is that all there is to it? Snake called Nastasha soon after, captive, alone in enemy territory, unable to trust his own mission controllers to tell him the truth. There was little I could say to help a man. Capture does not mean defeat. Stay vigilant for a chance to escape. Don't give up. I had doubts about the effectiveness of these words coming from someone with no combat experience, but it was the best I could offer. We had no choice but to trust in him. As I closed the radio channel, I caught Richard studying me. Yes? You're very passionate about this job. Do you object? It's the job you forced on me. No, but I admit I'm a little jealous. Jealousy act, yes, I know that one too. I wouldn't call it an act. You lit a cigarette. You still smoke the same brand. Once I decide I like something, we just intercut this, like, espionage action story with fucking arguing exes. Who knew Nastasha was arguing with her ex-boyfriend in the background the whole time? The torture was conducted again and again, solely to break Snake. He held out each time, but his strength was ebbing. Naomi, talk to me. I need something to distract. Yeah, I remember this one. Do you have any family, Naomi? Wait, no, that's, Snake was talking about Big Boss, yeah. Zanzibar land. Was Big Boss really your daddy? Kinda. We'd call him Big Daddy, but then Bioshock would sue us. Personal nightmare. Is that why you left Socksound? Don't have a family of my own either. I have a brother who put me through college. Not a biological brother, and a lot older than me. Where's he now? On Shadow Moses with you. Richard muttered, a stepbrother who put her through school. I wasn't told about that. There was suspicion and a hint of anger in his voice. I opened the profile on Naomi. Born New York City, 1980-something, PhD in genetics, recruited by the industry giant ATGC soon after completing doctoral program, moving to California's so-called biotech Bay Area, led several genetic therapy programs until recruited by Foxhound to fill the post of chief geneticist as a result of her accomplishments. Parents died in a car collision when Naomi was 2. One brother, 10 years her senior, a U.S. Marine, killed in a training-related accident when Naomi was 17. Richard thought for a minute and then scribbled something in his notebook. Summoning one of his many, tore the page out and handed it to him. Wire this message to the skipper of USS Discovery and make sure Campbell doesn't know about it. The torture was repeated again and again, but Snake managed to take advantage of the guards' waning vigilance and diarrhea and escape. The location and fate of his fellow hostage Merrill eluded us. Evading the intense manhunt that followed, Snake still refused to stray from the course that led to the hangar. What drove him? Guilt for Merrill? Sense of duty? Will to stop the carnage of the nuclear strike? None of them seemed to apply to Snake. He could do little but watch over him as he ran, wounded and exhausted. After successfully taking on Sniper Wolf, he closed in on the Metal Gear to discover Vulcan Raven blocking his way. Snake still prevailed. The stricken Raven started to speak as Snake approached him. Some breeds of snake that nature never intended. I think you and the boss belong to one of those. I'll give you one clue. The man who died in front of you wasn't the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, one of us Foxhounds. Master of disguise. Guess the Grim Reaper was the only one he couldn't fool. Why go to all that trouble and impersonate Anderson? It's all the clues you're going to get. Everything else you have to figure out yourself. Richard was chagrined, so that's how it was. They had us completely fooled. Why impersonate Anderson? To get information out of Snake? No, it was to lead him down the path of accidentally activating Metal Gear in the guise of deactivating it. Snake, it's me! Master? I need to talk to you about Naomi Hunter. Turn the monitoring off. What about Dr. Hunter? Says Campbell. Miller had not intended Campbell to hear this. And we've had this one. That's not the real Naomi Hunter. Wait, really? That's not what he said in the game, was it? I don't remember it being he suspected her. I don't remember him like pushing an imposter arc. Did he? He said that there were inconsistencies in the story that she told. It's all paraphrased, but as expected in a first-hand account. Yeah, because Nastasha wasn't part of that conversation. That's a good point. But no, like what I'm asking is, this isn't exactly how he did it in the game. He said she's not Naomi Hunter. Naomi Hunter does exist, or rather she did. She went missing in the Middle East some time ago. This imposter must have gotten hold of her identity somehow. I don't remember that. Also, there's a typo here. It says, gotten hold of her identify somehow. Like, got a hold of her level 1 D&D spell. There were a number of ways to obtain someone's social security number and commit an identity theft, but Dr. Naomi, an imposter? Who is she really, then? Campbell was agitated, but Miller remained cool as ice. Probably a spy. Sent in to ensure this mission's failure. Are you saying she's one of the terrorists? Snake backed up his former instructor. I don't want to believe it either, Colonel, but it's true that she's a Foxhound personnel. So it would not be surprising if she took part in the insurrection. Or she could be working for someone else. Take her into custody. Does it have anything to do with the way those people died? Clearly Campbell knew something. It's too dangerous to retain her in the mission. Hold on a minute. She's an integral part of the mission. We can't afford to proceed without her. Campbell was being too insistent about Dr. Hunter's value. Snake was also suspicious. More secrets, Colonel? Hurry. Find out what she wants as quickly as possible. What's the deal? Nastasha says to Richard. Is Miller right about Naomi? Richard doesn't know. It's obvious there were things in her past that he didn't know about. Going over the background again. Richard was visibly upset, a rare occurrence. I wondered if there had been something between him and Naomi. If what Miller said is true, it raises questions about him in turn. Why? Well, he's supposed to be in his cabin in Alaska. How did he manage to find out so much about Naomi by himself from the middle of nowhere when the DIA investigators couldn't? And so Miller's activities were looked into, which will uncover something fun. You check up even on one of your own? How do you know he's one of our own? Should I assume you don't trust me either? You're the one who doesn't trust me. Never have. Snake reached the hangar. It was improbable that he could destroy the tank. The most practical avenue of attack was to re-enter the launch code with the override key and cancel the strike. Emmerich radioed in. He'd been breaking into Baker's protected files. He'd been pieced together the true nature of how Metal Gear worked. Railgun. Nastasha understood it. This is the same shit from the other book. I understand why it's in both books, but that's just the same information twice. Snake had a few things to say to Campbell after learning the truth. He knew as well as anyone that if the knowledge that the US had been developing a new type of nuke came out, that would break down negotiations. I really am sorry, Snake. You really have changed. I won't offer any excuses. The new missiles were complete in simulation only. That's why they had to perform the exercise, to get field data. Gone better than they expected, but they can't find any of the data on the optical disc that Ocelot took. Doesn't look good. You knew about this too, didn't you, Richard, says Nastasha. The new nuclear weapon technology. Richard shrugged. If I told you, would you have cooperated? You probably would have tried to leak it to a media contact, and that would have forced our hand. He left it at that. Would he have had me killed in the interest of national security? In the world Richard inhabited, preserving secrets always merited higher consideration than human life. But I was privy to that secret now. What would happen when the mission ended? I felt a chill go down my spine as I considered that possibility. Richard was quietly puffing on his cigarette. He had too many men with him, working for him every moment. There was no way I could simply walk out of this house. But I had something up my sleeve as well, and I was not about to let myself be exploited without a fight. I looked over at my PC. The screensaver had kicked in, and geometric patterns flitted across the dark monitor. I slipped my PDA into my pocket and headed for the bathroom to send some mail. We're more than halfway there. One of Richard's men trotted over with a slip of paper. Richard studied it and after some consideration raised Campbell on the radio. What can I do for you, Major Ames? Campbell's tone was openly hostile, but Richard paid no heed. Colonel Campbell, start interrogating Naomi Hunter. Interrogate her? What are you talking about? There are suspicious points about her background, and as you've heard, I've therefore sent one of my men over there to talk to her, but she seems reluctant to cooperate. But she's taking a nap, the colonel insisted. Actually, she's not. What? In reality, she's in my agent's custody. If, as Master Miller charged, Naomi Hunter has falsified her identity and is in communication with the enemy, there are serious repercussions, I trust you understand. Foxdie. Campbell groaned. Foxdie, this was something new. This mission was like an onion. Like an ogre, with layer after layer of secret intent. She won't talk to my agent. She may talk to you. Find out from Naomi who she is and what her objective is. Absolutely not. I don't take orders from you, and I'm having Dr. Hunter freed immediately. What makes you think you can do that? Replied Richard, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Long silence. Who exactly the hell are you? I could hear the barely suppressed rage in Campbell's voice. The DIA wouldn't have the authority to send a man into a Navy submarine and hold someone prisoner. Richard did not answer. Campbell continued. And that's not the only thing. Nothing has been done through the usual channels, including the way you induced Snake and I to cooperate. This mission isn't even official business, is it? So who else can mount such a major operation? Campbell suddenly broke off as though struck by something. Is it possible that the Patriots? He murmured. Well, I know MGS-4 is called Guns of the Patriots. Richard ignored Campbell's outburst. Does it matter what I am? It doesn't change the fact that your life, not to mention your precious Meryl's life, is in my hands. Isn't that right? This is fascinating, just how much stuff... How this is a blend of recap and also brand new shit. This time it was Campbell's turn to be silent. I had never suspected that his participation in the mission had been arranged by force. The Colonel was literally fighting for his and his niece's life. Think it over carefully, Colonel. Richard's voice was the coldest I'd ever heard. There was no reply from Campbell. And Snake has no need to know about any of this. We need his full cooperation at this point. Just tell him that Naomi was a terrorist spy and was apprehended while sending them a coded transmission. Do you expect me to betray a friend? Keep him in the dark? Campbell objected furiously. A friend? Are you referring to Snake? Do you really think he considers you a friend anymore? He had hit a sore spot. Campbell had no answer. Richard moved in for the kill. You've already lied to him too many times. Against my will, under your threats, Campbell was roaring, but Richard barely seemed to register his anger. Certainly, but that's not an issue. You were, after all, giving him false information, relaying false orders to him of your own accord. Then there's Foxdie. I could almost see Campbell grinding his teeth in frustration and rage. Do you still have the right to call yourself his friend? There was nothing Campbell could say. You will cooperate with us. Understood? Understood. Transmission ended. Who are the Patriots? Richard looked away towards another direction at my query. What are you talking about? Don't bullshit me, pal. He turned towards me. His gaze was icy. Nothing you need to know about. By the way, not that I need to remind you, but don't mention to Snake things that don't concern him. And if I do? Richard's stony silence answered my uncompleted question. I was too far into this business and suddenly seemed to sense danger everywhere. What do you intend to do with me once this mission is over? Nothing. Don't expect me to believe you. Richard allowed himself a brief, oddly sad smile. I suppose I can't. In the meantime, Snake was inching toward the launch code entry interface. At that point, he received a call from Master Miller. Snake, we need to talk about Naomi Hunter. Colonel's looking into that. Turn the monitoring off. All right, it's off. Mission control is out of the loop. You want to tell me what this is about? Hey, Nastasha, how come you can hear it if everything's off? Snake believed that he had switched us off, but I could still hear everything. Radio malfunction? Nah. Someone had made sure that nothing could get past mission control ever. I had a more than good idea who that someone was. But Master Miller obviously did not. I didn't want Campbell to overhear. What's this about? Snake repeated. I have a contact at the Pentagon. He told me that a new assassination tool has been developed under DIA guidance. I looked over at Richard, but he pretended not to notice. Assassination tool? Snake was asking. Snake, have you ever heard the term Foxdie? And we've heard this. Richard remained expressionless next to me. Both died of what looked like a heart attack. Death by Foxdie looks like a heart attack. Naomi set this up. Nanomachines. She's in the best position to perform this kind of sabotage, but we don't know her motive or objective. What about the Colonel? I don't know. Colonel, any new developments with Naomi? I've had her taken into custody. She was sending a coded transmission to an Alaskan location. I don't want to believe it, but she's definitely one of the terrorists. So that's a fucking lie. I remember I had I had internalized that as, okay, so she sent it to Grey Fox because they were working together. But that's just a fucking lie. But Campbell didn't want to tell that lie. He was fucking coerced into telling that lie. This is why we're reading this recap, even though we've already played the game. Because this isn't a fucking recap. This is entirely fucking new. Very little doubt she's being interrogated right now. Let me know if you learn anything. Unaware of the machinations behind this latest development, Snake ended the communication. I longed to tell him the truth, but knew that Richard and his men would never allow me to do so. Despite his growing doubts, Snake continued to penetrate deeper into the hangar. He'd almost reached the code interface when a call suddenly came in. Naomi. I managed to get to another transmitter. The Colonel and the others haven't reacted yet. I bought the name I used, the whole identity, with hard cash. My ethnic background, my age. I was picked up in northern Rhodesia in the 80s. So why did she have the British accent then? Oh, anyway. Why dwell on the past? If you can understand who you are now, isn't that all that really matters? No one could ever understand me, least of all myself. My brother, Frank Yeager, child soldier too. Not rare for children to participate in war as combatants in many of the most conflict-ravaged regions of the world, especially true for those developing nations where minors account for the majority of the entire population. A harsh regimen can and does turn innocent children into the most brutal of soldiers. In many cases, various drugs are used to numb the natural fear response. The result is an obedient killing machine whose bravery marks them out for posting to the front lines of the fiercest battles and to scouting duties in the minefields. Basically, the most disgusting thing you can think of. The man you destroyed is my brother, Frank Yeager, my only family. Rhodesia was a British colony. Huh. Grey Fox brought you to the States. Big boss. You broke my brother, you as good as killed him. That's why I joined Foxhound, to get you. And then, of course, she starts regretting it. Grey Fox killed Dr. Clark, but she covered it up to keep her brother safe. Frank is here to fight you. Tell me something, Naomi. It's about fox dye, isn't it? Kills only the designated person by first infecting the macrophage. I know you programmed me to die. Do I have any time left? I'm not the one who decided on the use of fox dye. She tries to tell him something, and then someone finds her, and she goes away. Colonel, you sold me out. Don't waste your energy thinking about things you can't change. Stopping the Metal Gear is your first priority. Don't forget that. Richard was not expecting Naomi to be Grey Fox's sister. Are you happy you know who she is now? I wouldn't say that. She said she wasn't the one who deployed fox dye. It was you, wasn't it? Yes. I was taken aback by his ready admission. Fox dye was one of my projects. And Naomi was a top-notch professional. The fox dye research had hit a brick wall when she pitched herself to us. She'd somehow heard that we were looking for a genetic engineering expert. As soon as she joined the team, the project took off in a major way. I assigned her to lead the development effort. When the virus was finally engineered, it was she that named it fox dye. What I thought was dedication to the work was actually thirst for vengeance. She didn't let that slip, not once. You were seeing her. She was using me. One of his men came tearing over. After an urgent whisper, Richard's face grew grim. What happened? Master Miller wasn't Master Miller. Richard was shaken. What? The man I sent to investigate Miller just reported in. He found Miller murdered in his home up in Alaska. So who the fuck were we talking to then? Around the same time on Shadow Moses, Snake had finally made it past the enemy's defenses and successfully re-entered the launch code, but something was amiss. As the code was accepted, an alarm was triggered. Launch code entered. All systems ready. Stand by for missile launch. What'nsy fuckinsy? But that's the opposite of what I just tried to do. Thank you, Snake. The launch preparations are now complete. Nothing can stop Metal Gear now. We're very grateful to you. Not only did you bring the key, you just entered the launch code for us as well. We never did get his part of the code from the DARPA chief. Even Mantis's abilities couldn't break through, and Ocelot managed to kill Anderson off before we could try anything else. You see, we couldn't launch the missile, not even a warning shot. We were dead in the water with nothing to back up our demands. With the launch code out of our reach, we had to fall back on another plan. We decided to have you work for us, Snake. The whole thing was fixed, all to get you to unlock the launch sequence. Master, what about you? Are you a spy? Everything's ready. Pentagon's already accomplished what it set out to do. Who are you? I'll tell you if you manage to get me. Snake, that's not Miller. He's been dead for 3 days. The man, you've been talking to me all along. Liquid Snake. Snake broke off communications and started to run. Metal Gear had already been activated by the time Snake reached it. We got 100 pages left and we're at the end game. Fascinating. Liquid was about to climb into the pilot seat when Snake called out to him. The barrel of his SOCOM pointed straight at him. Are you going to shoot your own brother? Why did you impersonate Miller? To manipulate you, of course. Sure, your masters at the Pentagon agree. Why do you keep mentioning them? You don't even question the orders you're given. Where's your pride? You're a warrior reduced to a pawn. Selectively kill us off and retrieve our extremely expensive genetically engineered corpses along with Metal Gear. You were just sent here as a Fox-Die vector. Naomi managed to make some tweaks to the virus. Which is why Liquid went in to get her arrested to figure out what she'd been doing. And the antidote was added to the demands. We know that. Neither myself nor Ocelot nor you have shown signs of infection yet. As long as you're healthy, says Snake. Says Liquid, I'm Snake. I'm fine. Yeah. Endgame words. Big Boss was a part of the past he wanted to leave behind, but Liquid was not finished. Liquid mistakenly believes he was the inferior clone when he was actually the superior one. He chose me, knowing that I was biologically inferior. Not quite. Someone who got the chance to kill his own father wouldn't understand. You managed to deprive me even of that revenge. I will kill him by surpassing him. Snake fired from his little pistol, but the bullets ricocheted off Metal Gear's armor. It's about to be 50 pages of brother! Yeah, pretty much. Fuck me, I've been streaming for 2 hours. We haven't played the game. Snake gnashed his teeth as Liquid called out mockingly from the cockpits. Count yourself lucky. You get to die by the greatest weapon the world has ever seen. That's the least I can do for my brother. 21st century will belong to a devil they don't know. And description of the boss fights. Time to die, Snake. Snake had escaped. Grey Fox. Attack, attack, attack. Think about Naomi. She's destroying herself to avenge you. You're the only one who can stop her. No, I can't. I'm the one who killed her parents. Whoopsie doopsie. Tell her that I'm the one who took her family from her. That's not a pleasant conversation. Many former child soldiers are permanently traumatized by their horrific war experiences. It was possible that Grey Fox's compulsions, whether it be taking in his victim's orphaned child or returning again and again to the battlefields with Big Boss, had its roots in his childhood scars. It's almost time to finish this. I'll slow him down. And then Fox was kind of murdered, but he damaged the shit out of Metal Gear in the process. Finally, I can finally die with you as my witness. Goodbye, Snake. Crunch. Robbed of his old friend and comrade, Snake gave free rein to his rage, fired a missile launcher to the cockpit, a direct hit, massive explosion, Snake was out cold, but his radio was online. We could hear smaller explosions from the wreck of the Metal Gear. Snake showed no signs of coming around. A few minutes later, a sound of footsteps emerged from the general chaos. It was moving towards Snake. Liquid! Snake, I yelled into the radio. Isn't there any way to wake him? I asked Richard, but he shook his head. Liquid picked up Snake's limp body and carried him towards Metal Gear's prone form. Liquid climbed onto Metal Gear's back, laid Snake down, and just planned to wait for him to wake up. So, Liquid said. Snake was still out of action. I know you're listening. You have a radio implant in this one. It was clear that Liquid was talking to us. You think you've pulled off Fox Die. Think again. You're never going to kill me with a thing like that. Never. The knowledge that he was already infected with the killer retrovirus made no difference to Liquid Snake. It was a force of will that commanded respect. You have no idea how excited I am, knowing that you're still out there. Revenge is a candy I've been deprived of too many times. The hatred in Liquid's voice was chilling. You patriots! At that moment, Snake let out a groan. He was starting to surface. He's almost ready. Listen, all of you. When I've settled the score with this one, I'm coming after you next. I'm going to end your miserable lives in a way that'll make even the Reaper's stomach turn. I'll look forward to it, Richard murmured starkly. Snake groaned again. He was apparently awake. And this is probably back to game dialogue. What's your objective here? Age of Warriors. Hypocrisy and fraudulent peace are replacing warfare. Violence begets violence. The ecosystem of war will grow larger and larger. Question of balance. The only reason... but we've already been through it. Not the kind of thing Snake wants now or ever. Why do you think you're here? You've been lied to, betrayed by your own team, but you still wouldn't abandon the mission. I'll tell you why. It's because you enjoy it. Are you going to deny it? You killed dozens of my men today. Every time you delivered the kill shot, your face brightened up. There's no reason for you to deny your own killer instincts. Murdering is fun. And then he talked about the secret project. Genetic template for the project was Big Boss, because he was the best. He couldn't reproduce because of past war injuries. What, did his dick get shot off? His body cells were harvested for a cloning attempt. In addition to the existing analog cloning protocol, they incorporated the so-called Super Baby, dividing the fertilized egg whose nucleus had been switched with that of the donor cell. Good God. Octuplets. 6 of our brothers were killed so that we could be created. I don't think that's true. I think there's another one. One more sacrifice to be made. One of them was engineered to manifest the full potential at the expense of the other one. The genome soldiers, also bred from our father's DNA, but they're not analogs of him like we are. All those commandos you murdered on this base were your own brothers. Incomplete creatures, but still family. Human experiments. The military had started treating with its men with the soldier gene when the 1991 Gulf War broke out. Gene therapy's unfortunate side effects is what caused Gulf War syndrome. Gulf War babies born to vets are our earliest siblings. Next Generation Special Forces were the finished project? Finished? Hardly. They're defective. We all are. On the way to extinction, if you will. What did you say? You ever heard of the law of biological asymmetry? There's a natural tendency towards left-right asymmetry. On the other hand, species that ran out of genetic diversity or on path to extinction start showing complete symmetry. That one's just bullshit. Symmetrical faces lead to extinction? What the fuck? Okay. You wanted Big Boss's body so that you could save your lives. I mean, that makes sense. Does it make sense that using the body would save their life? I don't know, but it makes sense that if it does, then you want it. Because you want to save your life. Your DNA is ordering you to help these commandos. No one can go against their genetic destiny. Genetic perfection. Look behind you. Meryl was lying behind Snake. Definitely breathing a few hours ago. She kept calling your name over and over again. Fool to fall for a man who doesn't even have a name. I do have a name. No, you don't. No past and no future. Liquid, let Meryl go. After we have a fight. Colonel, can you hear me? What's the Pentagon up to? You better tell me, Colonel. Defense Secretary's coming in for an airstrike. What? That's not even the bad news. A bomber's showing up, too. But Metal Gear's already been destroyed. Yeah, but they're pricks. He's free to ensure a direct and complete cover-up of the whole affair by booming it. We're covering up the fact that we still have nukes by literally nuking somewhere. And Roy Campbell says, I'm going to hold the airstrike. And then Richard calls one of his men over and mutters an order, no doubt for Campbell's arrest. This whole Richard thing is very interesting. Colonel, you know what would happen to you? It's all right, Snake, but you should know something. There was a top-secret internal investigation being conducted into Foxhound these past few months. Merrill was transferred to Shadow Moses as a hostage to ensure my cooperation. Richard's men were trying to restrain Campbell. Gunshots and unintelligible noise. Mei Ling burst in abruptly. Mei Ling, what happened to the Colonel? Snake, the Colonel! And there's Jim Hausman. Roy Campbell was just relieved of duty.
He's been arrested for compromising national security. He'll be charged with treason.
That's insane.
No, it was Roy Campbell who was insane if he truly believed that he had any real say in this mission.
C will take care of what little is left. The presidency of the United States is a very busy job. How are you going to explain to the media that you dropped a nuke on American soil? It's fine. Terrorists took over the facility and were extremely careless with their missile. Donald's already dead, he says with genuine sorrow in his voice. He was my closest friend. The rest of the poor bastards stranded here aren't, so to hell with them. Ah, and he wants the disc, of course. I don't have it. Yeah, Ocelot kept that, didn't he? Well, until the Gary stuff happened, unless that was a different disc. Take the time until the airstrike to catch up, then rest in peace. Two snakes closed in on one another. Snake and Liquid had engaged each other in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, but Richard had other things to attend to. He had one of his men open a radio channel. Yes, what is it? I realized with surprise that the person he had called was none other than Jim Hausman. An airstrike was an unwise decision. Richard sounded displeased. With a nuclear-armed stealth bomber airborne, a complete cover-up is no longer an option. They are not happy with this.
It's the only way to destroy the evidence. The results will bear out the correctness of my decision.
There will be no results. I've already aborted the airstrike.
How dare you!
Hausman started a roar, then suddenly petered out. He had no doubt had remembered the powers that be that stood behind Richard.
What do you intend to do, then?
He asked, with barely suppressed rage. There's another viable way to salvage the situation.
Make me take the fall? I don't think so.
Hausman's voice shook with fury. Richard sighed exaggeratedly. You don't think so? It seems, Mr. Secretary, that Colonel Campbell is not the only one who truly believed that he had any real say in this mission.
What are you saying? I heard the sound of scuffling on the other end. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get your hands off of me!
Hausman had apparently been restrained. It was exactly the same scenario that had played out during Campbell's arrest. You have several choices, Richard explained with something resembling pity. It's up to you which ending this particular story has. I myself would suggest a quiet retirement from public life.
You'll pay for this, Ames, I swear to God!
Hausman spat out as he struggled vainly against his captors. Personally, I don't condone rough measures. I hope you'll come to the same decision. Richard ended the call. The transmission from Shadow Moses was still active. Liquid's dying scream tore through the speakers. Looks like things are wrapping up nicely over there, Richard murmured. Richard cleared all of the personnel out of the study. We were now alone. I could hear Snake and Merrill over the wires. It seemed that he had succeeded in rescuing her in time. Now the question is, what am I going to do with you? Richard said, as he turned away from the radio. The time had come for me to make my move. I walked up to my computer. This machine has been recording everything that went on in this study and relaying it out to a remote location. Once there, the data was immediately backed up on my own optical disc. It was no bluff. It was just a more covert version of a real-time remote conferencing system. Because of my work, I frequently must acquire information from such unsavory types as black market arms dealers and mafia members who specialize in plutonium smuggling. The recordings were my standard insurance policy. I've already sent a message to the collocation administrator. He'll give the disc to my media contact if he can't get in touch with me by a certain time. That had been the mail I'd secretly sent from my PDA earlier. If anything happens to me, the contents of this disc will be all over the world. But Richard was unfazed. I started to feel apprehensive as he calmly lit another cigarette. You mean this disc?
He took out a shining optical disc from his inside jacket pocket and slid it into my PC's drive. A few quick clicks of the mouse and the playback started. I stared at the slightly grainy footage, horrified. The audio seemed overly loud in the silent room. You should be hearing from him soon. You're clear on how to use the radio? Richard's voice was raspy in playback, but it was definitely the data I had secretly collected and sent out. How? You shouldn't underestimate me, Richard said as he ejected and pocketed the disc. Everything in this house has been vetted and monitored since the operation started. Nothing got in or out without my knowing about it, including electronic signals. That email you sent from the bathroom never got to its destination. He'd seen right through me. With that realization, I felt strength leaving my body. The game was up. But even if you had managed to get this data out into the world, that wouldn't have guaranteed your safety. No one would have believed yet another conspiracy theory, least of all the press. Your people would have made sure of that, I'm sure. Instead of answering, Richard stubbed out his cigarette and slid his right hand inside his jacket. There was an awkward bulge there, in the clean line of his tailored jacket. It was where he kept his gun holstered. Cold sweat tricked down my back. I was slowly backing away from Richard, and I did not even realize the fact until my back hit the wall. There was no way out. Are you really prepared to kill me? I could not hide the tremor in my voice. You should know the answer to that, he said quietly, looking me straight in the eye. Then he pulled his hand out from under his jacket, and I instinctively shut my eyes. But even after what felt like an eternity, the muffled shot and the pain I was expecting did not come. I warily opened my eyes and saw what was in his hand. It was not a gun, but a disc. Everything you ever wanted to know about Fox Die. Richard walked up to me and placed the disc in my hand. As I said, a recording of what took place in this room won't guarantee your safety. There's no solid proof, just talk. It could easily be denounced as a fabrication and covered up. But the Fox Die data, now that's a different story, he continued. This disc contains everything about that project, from its origins to the names of every individual involved. As long as you have this as an insurance, they won't be able to touch you. Why, Richard? He did not answer my question. You better get out of here quickly. Your car's just out back. What about you? That's not something you need to worry about. But you don't need me, Nastasha. And I have things to take care of. Why are you doing this? I asked again. You'll figure it out someday. Do what you have to do, all right? He suddenly held me close and put his lips on mine. As we broke apart after a long kiss, he whispered in my ear, I wanted to do this again. Just one last time. Then he gently eased me away. Now go. Hurry. There was gravity in his voice that allowed only one response. I nodded and sped out of the room. That was the last I ever saw of Richard Ames. After I fled from California, I went into hiding. There has been no sign of pursuit for now. The terrorist incident on Shadow Moses Island came to a conclusion with the destruction of Metal Gear and the death of Liquid Snake. The U.S. government, however, has not yet officially acknowledged the incident. The roster of the dead included Liquid Snake, Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Decoy Octopus, and Vulcan Raven. Revolver Ocelot's body was never discovered, but his personnel file was closed with the notation missing in action. Foxhound had, in effect, been decimated. The survivors from the Next Generation Commando unit were all removed to the Peace AFB in New Hampshire, ostensibly for training. As far as I know, they remain prisoners there to this day. The government has repeatedly denied allegations of genetically engineering super soldiers, but rumors that the research continues remain persistent. The deaths of Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, and Kenneth Baker of ArmsTech ended the development of a new Metal Gear. The Metal Gear Rex unit itself had been all but completed under Hal Emmerich's leadership, but my source, Lawrence Livermore, indicated that the railgun warhead delivery system had not been fully operational. Apparently there'd been some serious issue with its targeting accuracy. This was no doubt the reason Baker had entrusted Snake with the exercise data, and Jim Hausman had so aggressively pursued its whereabouts. The data is now lost, and the development program has been closed down. I dare to dream that the new nuclear delivery system will never see the light of day. A few days after the incident, I heard on the news that Hausman had shot himself. The suicide was attributed to a temporary nervous breakdown related to job stress. Supporting statements from family and subordinates were widely aired. The airstrike order for Shadow Moses was glossed over as an unfortunate evidence of the late Defense Secretary's unraveling mental state. I remembered his words from the final hours of the mission and thought I knew what had really happened. He had refused to take the fall and paid for the defiance with his life. The record of Shadow Moses' incident and the Fox Die data disk that Richard gave me are still under my vigilant guard. The Fox Die program data covers Naomi's careful analysis of the unauthorized reconfiguration she had made to the virus. The information showed that Snake was indeed one of the targets for the deadly retrovirus, but the incubation period had been changed to a wild card value. Even Naomi herself did not know when the virus would awaken within Snake. must have been the best revenge she could think of, condemning him to live in this fearful limbo. No doubt that's just going to randomly activate at some point during either this game or the fourth game, presuming that 3 and 5 are complete prequels, and that will be a problem then. Either it'll activate midway through one of them and it will be a plot point to save him, or it'll activate right at the end and he'll fucking die. Colonel Roy Campbell was released after the Defense Secretary's own arrest and is once again enjoying his retirement. Mei Ling also made it safely out of the mission and is back in academia. Dr. Hal Emmerich did not return to ArmsTech following his rescue from Shadow Moses. His whereabouts are unknown, but there is some indication that he made his way to England, where he has family members. Snake and Merrill appear to have successfully made it off Shadow Moses Island. I could, however, find no trace of them. I hope that the same is true for those who have an interest in seeing them silenced. Naomi Hunter was formally taken into custody after the incident's conclusion. 3 weeks later, as she was undergoing debriefing in a certain facility, she escaped. She has not been heard of since. Officials were closed-mouthed about the circumstances of the escape, but inquiries into other quarters elicited the fact that someone had broken Naomi out of the base. I knew of only one person who could have breached the base's tight security and successfully led someone to freedom. And then there was the matter of Richard Ames. I called in a favor and had an inquiry made to the DIA about one Major Richard Ames. The agency's response was that there was no DIA personnel fitting that name and description. Buying my safety and freedom had been a costly act for Richard. It was then that I decided to go public with what I knew. By exposing the conspiracy, I may be putting myself in renewed danger, but I am through with being a spectator, an objective bystander. The powerlessness I felt watching Snake's solitary war on Shadow Moses has been a bitter wake-up call. This time, I am determined to make a stand. This is my war now, to tell the truth about what happened on that island. That is my responsibility and privilege as a survivor, and a cause for which I am prepared to give my life. Whew. So how long's book 4? 500 pages? 600? Oh, thank God there isn't another one. No, that was genuinely enjoyable. It was just an awful lot to read with my mouth. Photo album. I imagine that that's going to be shorter. We don't have any data. Dog tag viewer. That is also going to be no. Demon Dragon, these did not appear until the books were finished. That's the thing. There is no forgetting. When we first opened the menu, all we had was New York Mirror, and then this one appeared after you finish reading it, and this one appeared after you finish reading that. So my belief was that a fourth was going to appear because there was extra space between here and exit, so I was braced for that. So that's the special menu. I assume missions and Snake Tales are the sort of things that you look at after you play the game. But I'm glad I looked at special first, because that, that was not just a recap of Metal Gear Solid 1. That was entirely new thoughts and plot details. I don't know how relevant they'll be to what we're about to play. They might not be at all. But that was still fascinating. I'm glad I did it, even if it took me 2.5 hours. Apologize to anybody who really wanted to see gameplay, because I do have to take my midstream break. Like, I need to eat some food and also rest my throat. But we are going to play the game when I come back. I promise. We will hit the new game button. It will happen. But just hang on for a good 20 minutes, could you please? friends. I have eaten, filled my water, rested my throat a wee bit. Previously on Metal Gear Solid 2, first time playthrough, we read a book. And then when we finished, we read another book that was 3 times as long as the first book. But I don't think it took exactly 3 times as long, because the thing is, that first one, well, I guess it was the second one, but like the first entry was very short. That first one was very much largely it wasn't that recappy. It was mostly this journalist's own mania. Whereas the Nastasha one had a lot of long recap sections, so I was able to zip through them, which I'm very glad for. But I'm not upset with that. That was very interesting. Like, it was well written, and I'm glad I read through them both. I find it fascinating the way the existence of Richard Ames completely changes how you view the events of Metal Gear Solid 1. The idea that there was this entire extra person who was deeply involved with the intrigue of all of the people on our codec, but we never saw. And it's completely believable. It fits in perfectly. So I don't know if he was invented after 1 was written, or if it was always pictured there. But it just fucking works. And it's very, very good. It's also good to get to read all of those dialogue exchanges that were included, because that does help me understand them better, because it's difficult to follow when I'm also streaming and trying to commentate and all of that. Like you saw, I kept not registering very simple things, and that'll keep happening as we do this, because this environment of a first time run on something dense and complicated does not put me at my cleverest. So yeah, that was very interesting, and I'm very curious as to whether Richard Ames is going to be a character in this game or not, because you could do either way with that. He could be very important to this game, or maybe not. Maybe he was just a factor. Maybe he was killed after helping Nastasha, and he's not going to come in. I don't know. Kojima would go either way. Anyway, now I am finally going to hit the new game button. 4 hours or 3 hours into the stream. We started an hour late because I had to install the other version of the game. But now we're going to hit the new game button and we'll get a good 2 hours. 2 whole hours of gameplay. It's a miracle.
Long hours. Enjoyable, though.
Oh, you're talking about the 2 hours of reading. I'm talking about the 2 hours of game that we're about to get, because that's all we have left for the stream. We'll get a start. New game, Tanker Plant. Sam, what the fuck is that?
All I can say is pick Tanker Plant.
Okay. There's a very easy now.
Yes, there is.
Well, we managed on normal last time. I griped and grumbled a lot. Tanker good, plant bad. Okay, that's interesting. We'll see if I agree.
I know exactly why he's saying that, and I disagree.
Curious. I think if I could beat everything in Metal Gear Solid 1 on normal, then I should be able to do this. Sam says nothing. I hope he agrees.
I don't know.
You don't want to say yes and then be wrong and have it be your fault.
But I also don't want to say no and then you mock me for, oh, this is a lot easier than you said it was going to be, Sam. You had no faith in me. Da, 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 da. So I'm kind of damned if I do, damned if I don't.
Yeah. Oh well.
I do type 1.
Type 1. Okay.
is
Yeah, that does make
Type 2.
sense, because that's radar appears all the time, whereas Type 2 is radar appears in everything except whatever that is, so I assume more information is better. This story is fictional. Any and all similarities to characters, groups, or nuclear missiles is coincidental.
Considering this is a game made in 2001, set in 2005, that's actually quite scary when you think about what actually happened in the prevailing 4 years since the game was made.
That's true. I'm just going to reset the game so that I can hear what Snake is saying.
Fuck.
I should probably stream it to you, then you'll know that it's actually starting.
Yes, that would be the idea.
I hadn't thought about that. Here you go. Enjoy your 15 frames.
Yay.
Now you'll know when to shush, because the cutscenes will start. Alright, well, I mean, it was easy to restart. It's not like we fucking lost any progress. Oh no, I'll have to read the books again, actually. Yeah, let's, No, I'm generally curious. Is it going to show up? No, they're not there anymore. Fuck. Hang on.
Oh my god.
No, you do have to click to the end of the... Wow. Oh, that's going to be annoying. See, look, we read it. Woohoo, shocking conspiracy. Alright, now, the good thing is Revolver Ocelot trained me how to button mash. The bad thing is these seem to have a built-in click cooldown. Oh, hang on.
You can't possibly be reading that fast.
Aha. There we go. We figured it out. And I don't need to read that one because it's fucking not going to unlock anything. Don't even think about using auto read. Ah, you say that, but then you didn't know, did he? I completely pulled the wool over his revolver eyes. Alright, Snake, take it away. Snake it away.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of Metal Gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
I thought George Washington was a man.
You'd think so, huh?
Whoa. Why are we at 50% speed? Hang on a moment. Let's... It could just be a cutscene problem and then we do fine otherwise, but let me see what exactly is being throttled there.
What should it be because you're streaming it to me?
Maybe. I just downgraded the settings a bit.
I think this cutscene's locked to 30 anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, you could hear the sound going, and it said speed 53%. Now it's saying 99 and 100. So okay. I just dropped it from 1080p to 720p in the emulator itself.
We in 2009 now, boys.
Good God. That doesn't look like he's sneaking, Sue. Maybe it's under the poncho. Why does he look green?
Stealth camo.
Oh.
Aha.
It's gonna be great when you get to use that in about 5 seconds. You lied.
Yeah, I mean, it'll break. So the composer's a Westerner.
Yep.
Yeah, he has a more well-defined face in this one. He's got a
It's
nose.
not made of like 2 polygons. Yeah.
Our boy is right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
Gear Solid 2. So.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Look, give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
.com.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
Very good. Tactically sound to do the
mission
briefing
objective is to
after
make
the
visual
infiltration.
confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method, we don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
Don't forget, just in case there's some people here
All right,
listening.
let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site.
Mhm.
Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment, Hey, Snake? Cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists.
Yeah, but
Don't
they're
get
still
caught.
Americans.
You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from Riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U.
So we're not going
Russians?
after the nice Marines then.
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
Is that
I'm
gonna
on
be
it.
that Ocelot affiliated colonel, Gorilovich or something? Uril? Ugil? Something with Y's, U's, G's, and itches.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. KA-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
But I wanna...
I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
I know, I can see it
How
on
can
the
I
screen.
check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96.
Oh, are you double dipping on
Sorry,
frequencies?
but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
Huh. So instead of having a smorgasbord of people, we just have Otacon. 2 Otacons. I'm seeing double. 4 Otacons.
You want to save, Snake?
I think I need to format this memory card, so I should get that out in a moment. Yeah. Because it's a new one. Save complete.
Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think.
That does
Since
make
you're on your
sense.
own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations.
Shoot them in the heart and
How
avoid
was that?
confrontations.
Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
We heard you liked Otacon, so we put Otacon in your Otacon. Let's see what he has to say, the actual Otacon.
Push the action button near a scalable railing to hang off the other side.
What's an action button?
This is called hanging. You can use it to move around, hide, and even maneuver around an enemy's back. You can move left and right while hanging by moving the left analog stick, or using the L2 and R2 buttons. When you're ready to pull yourself up, just push the action button again.
Otacon
A
trying to
grip gauge
teach
appears
Snake how
below
to
the
have a
life
good
gauge
time with a
during
friend.
hanging. The grip gauge indicates how tightly you're holding on, and steadily decreases as long as you're in hanging mode. When the grip gauge goes to 0, you won't be able to hold on anymore. You need to hoist yourself up before you fall off. Push the crawl button while hanging
loves
to
a bit of
jump
grip
down
gauge.
straight below. If the ground is too far below, you'll lose some life. In some places, you won't make it at all. Be careful of that.
So you can hang off of ledges, but there's a fucking timer attached for no reason other than this game is old.
Snake, switch to first-person view and look at...
Okay, so if we hit this button, does it destroy all the voice acting again? It does. Take them out in first-person view before they see you.
Oh, press triangle, by the way.
Whoa! What if I wanted to read it?
I was just showing you. You can redo the conversation if you want.
No, it's
What you're wielding right now is a converted
Fairly dull.
Beretta
yeah, well, I mean, it's tutorializing, and that makes sense. He should have a lot of stuff like that. Feelers, tiny syringes. A head or a heart shot will take effect immediately, but a round that hits feet or hands will take a while. Oh, that's interesting. Annoying, but, like, it makes sense. That's an interesting mechanic. I'm glad I listened to this one, I guess. Now try pressing L1 and R1. Nothing happened. Do you mean, like, not in the codec menu?
During a call.
Oh.
Snake, you need to get to the
That's right.
bridge on the top level of the infrastructure.
right.
First, find a door that leads into
That's
the
right.
tanker's interior.
Also try moving the analog
Infiltrate the
stick.
ship.
During the conversation.
According to intelligence, this new model was designed to combat
doubt
all the
about
clone
it.
models of Metal Gear floating
No
around
doubt
in the
about
world.
it.
Ocelot sold the
your
Metal
point
Gear
on it.
specs to anyone with hard cash after he survived Shadow Moses.
And raked in enough money to buy a decent-sized country in the process.
But was money really Ocelot's end objective?
You think he had a deeper plan?
I do.
Why
Nothing
not?
definite, but acquiring a large sum of money is always a good starting point for another project. Anyway, every country that paid off Ocelot is racing to produce its own bipedal tank, one that can launch the so-called invisible nuclear warhead. If the whole world has a Metal Gear, the military dominance of the U.S. will disappear. In a world where Metal Gear has become commonplace, the only way to regain the upper hand is to possess a weapon even more powerful than Metal Gear.
Yeah, much
And
like
that means a new Metal Gear.
how how MGS4 was used to
The
try
arms
and
race must go
show
on.
what the PS3 could do. This was made to show what the PS2 could do.
Oh, whoops, I accidentally dipped the frequency in one direction. Hang on. There we go.
The Metal Gear that the tanker is...
Yeah, he was working on his own, yeah. The Patriots, who are they? No idea if this is an individual or an organization. Once we expose the presence of this Marine Corps Metal Gear to the world, we'll shake the Patriots out of their tree. Okay, so there is a bit of backstory happening here that I should...
Snake, don't let the enemy spot you.
Fuck off.
Once you've been discovered by a...
I do know how that works. They have better weapons. We aren't terrorists. Go for total stealth. What if I'm bad at that, Otacon?
When the photos are in, we'll put them online and blow this whole thing...
You think the authorities will just shut it down? Probably. Yeah, but once something's on the internet, it's forever. That rings true. Did you leave?
As soon
You
as
get
you're
sick of the
spotted
book.
by an enemy soldier, he'll call for backup on his radio. The search party that's going to show up as a result is a tough bunch.
Oh yeah, alerting in this game, a lot more dangerous.
But a chaff grenade will stop the alert. Or if you shoot the radio from the right hip. That's interesting.
After pushing the crawl button and hanging,
Okay.
if it's about waist,
Yeah. A lot of this stuff I'll just have to get
when you're
used to.
flattened
Like, I'm not going to be
against
able
the surface
to retain
behind
all
a
of this
corner,
now.
You're in.
A lot of little finicky viewing and stuff. Okay. Vision is limited. I'm just wondering how many of these there are. Tap a weapon select. It should help during gunfights.
Body.
Device can move to another location by dragging. I'm familiar with that. I've played a game that uses that mechanic fucking
I
extensively.
recommend you hide the enemy.
Hide the enemy's body when you've taken them down. Oh, the tranquilized ones will wake up. Shit. Right, we're back to fucking
You can
Hitman
also hide
contracts.
the enemy's body in a lock.
Oh, really? That one I'm familiar
Snake,
with too.
if you sustain,
The bloodstain. Ooh, bloodstain tracking. Jesus, that's terrible
if your
for me.
life gauge
I
is
get
down
hurt
to
a
the
lot.
point where it's red, the bleeding
Yep.
won't stop.
Anyway, stop bleeding to let your body recover. Rations are the best feature. Crouch down or assume crawl position and stay still. Oh, so you can, like, fetal position yourself to stop
Snake,
bleeding out.
The M9.
Yeah, we already said that about where you hit them. Aim the gun and push L1 to lock on. Okay. Tumble roll. We'll see if I get used to that.
If you tilt the left,
Aha! You can stalk now. Snake's discovered
you can hold
stalking.
someone at gunpoint.
Oh yeah, and hostaging. Taking hostages. That's another thing. And handguns. These aren't sentries. They're looking for you. There's nowhere here. Whenever you see an item box, you should pick it the fuck up. Thanks. When I have something urgent to tell you, I'll call you. Don't call me, I'll call you.
You'll be less likely to be.
At any point where
Off
during a
on basic.
clearing. What's a clearing?
Snake in some locations.
What will happen is when it goes from alert to evasion, if you're in a place with like a lot of rooms, it will actually they will actually clear each room one by one. The assault team that comes when you've had an alert, they all have shields, by the way.
And also, I've learned that this game will track your shadow,
Yep.
and also enemies will
Even
notice
you've
if you've fucked
successfully
up the
thrown
road.
The enemy off.
Don't lecture
Yep.
garbage squad. They'll be looking for you, and they'll tighten security.
If you're spotted,
I'm going to change gunfire. Don't stand out in the open. Oh, really?
But you can use all of these to your advantage as well.
Yeah.
push the action button.
There we go. We're back to hanging. All right. All right. That's the full range of Otakon tutorial messages, which I'm not going to remember all of, but just to get comfortable again. Yeah, tranquilize with suppressor. Press square to aim, release it to fire. Equipped with laser pointer. So this is first person. You can't move in first person, but you can shoot.
Yeah, so if you press square now and hold it,
How do I not
And
fire
then-
this bullet?
press L1. Sorry, L1 rather. Yeah.
That's still fired. Because I already had square down. Yeah, okay, everything else is...
You'd be able to auto unequip by pressing R1, but yeah.
R... Because yeah, R1 is first person, so R2 is the... There,
Yeah, if you tap it, yeah.
The problem is, because I have a PS4 controller, it's hard to tap L2 and R2, because I've got triggers for them instead of the buttons that a PS2 controller would have. So that's actually going to be a little awkward. I can, but like, the usual... If you told me to press R2, I would do this. And that wouldn't count. I have to hammer it.
Can you not in the emulator set it to 2 buttons, so you can essentially say, If the trigger is less than half pressed, it's a tap. If it's more than half pressed, it's a pull.
Probably, but that sounds complicated and maybe not something I want to keep. The point is it still works, I just have to remember it. I have a camera, just like Hitman 3, for real. I have an AP sensor detecting life forms, vibrates on enemy approach. I don't know if that actually is going to work on this, but maybe. All other vibrations will be off when the sensor is activated. And we have cigarettes.
Also, when you're in hanging mode, if you press L2 and R2 at the same time, you'll actually do a pull-up. Do 10 pull-ups and your grip gauge increases. You go to level 2 and then level 3. That means then the grip gauge will then deplete a lot slower. So if you really want to make it easier on yourself, do it on a safe ledge.
Alright.
But I wouldn't do it on the tanker, unless you really want to.
They don't do it yet. Hang on, someone's hearing me. Bandage! Is that like...
If you're bleeding, it'll just stop the bleeding for you.
I was going to say, is it similar to rations, but no, it's not a direct health increase. Interesting, there's 2 ways to go here, and I don't know which one to go first, but, I think there's someone searching for me out here.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh, hi. Nothing happened.
Fuck him up before he calls. Oh, never mind.
I mean, I have a save state, I'm just sort of... I want to see how this goes. Is it like the first game, where eventually they give up? The radar still goes away, that's interesting. It is sort of hard to... It's like, where he is anyone's guess. Oh, there we go. Increase security. Is that permanent?
No, it's until that green gauge goes to 0. And it also changes everybody's patrol patterns.
And then when the gauge runs out, it goes back to just regular.
Yes.
So effectively, the difference between this game and the last one is they've added a 3rd level to the alert process.
And they've made the evasion and the caution... the evasion state more robust.
And if I shoot someone now, there's going to be a body. Jesus. I mean...
But you can throw the bodies off the side of the ship.
Oh,
So that'll obviously kill them.
We don't know where he is. When he turns, I could just... Did I... Him!
I think you missed.
I went for his goddamn face! Oh, no, I got
Oh,
him.
no. No.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a body shot. So, if you don't have a weapon equipped, and you press the weapon button... Oh, can I shake him? How do I shake him? Ooh, I got something.
By picking up and putting them down just like you're doing.
Bullets. Oh, how do I drag? Hold it?
Yeah.
And then how do I get him over the side?
There's a door further up. A lot further up.
Gav plays Metal Gear Solid 2 as he methodically removes every single person from the tanker.
So if you go left there now. Yeah.
Oh, it's a cutscene. Bye! Well, I'm glad it's Russians, because I don't think we would have been morally allowed to do that to the polite, friendly, good-natured Marines.
Oh yeah, Americans never do anything wrong, do they?
So that's the left side taken care of. Although I assume if I get into an alert, they'd, like, respawn the dude.
They replace the guards, yeah.
Can I vault that?
But interestingly, he's got the same dog tag as the one that you just threw over the edge. So
I don't even know what that means, but sure. Did I get a dog tag?
No. When when they mention the hold up mechanic, where you can basically make somebody freeze, if you then use L1, so you can move while aiming, you move around to the front of them, and then do the whole make them shake thing. The first thing that they will drop is a dog tag with their name on it. If you do that to every single enemy in the game, that is the collectathon for this game,
Oh, that sounds awful.
including some of the bosses.
That sounds really bad.
It's actually, do you know what? I actually quite enjoy it.
Why just...
And there's also a different dog tag collection for every difficulty. So to get them all, you have to beat the game on every single difficulty.
What's the reward?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Wow. I mean...
And by the way, when you finish it on hard, well, you've obviously got up to extreme difficulty. When you finish it on that, you've also got European extreme difficulty, which is even harder than extreme.
Okay, so my thought on that would be I would only ever even remotely consider doing dog tags on the Steam release, with the idea being that I could beat the game, have that collection done on a difficulty, and then if I decided to do a replay one day, then it'd be like, you know, I'd get to come back to it, sort of thing. It's kind of like, now this is funny because it came out on PC afterwards, which will invalidate what I did, but Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep has 3 protagonists, and technically you can do the 100% stuff with all 3 of them, so you don't truly get 100% until you do it 3 entire times. And so I thought, well, I'll just do it on one character, and then the next time I play, I'll pick a different one, and then, you know, one day, if I ever play through the series 3 times, then I'll have full completion on that game. Unfortunately, I would have to start over to do so on PC, but anyway.
Yeah, Snip is correct on that.
Snake, go through that door into the ship's interior. Push the action button down in front of the door and wait until the door opens before letting go. If you need to open the door faster, hit the action button repeatedly while you turn the handle. Make sure you keep doing it until the door's open.
Fuck me. Was Kojima playing D&D when he decided to make a door that complicated? Wow. Anyway, I think there was nothing up here. Yeah. No, there's stairs. And another door. So really, you're sort of free here as to the order you do things. I sort of want to just explore more rather than going inside. I kind of want to see if I can get a dog tag just to see what the process is like, but I didn't really pay enough attention to how, You know what? Really, that list in Special that gives you the instructions on how to perform all the maneuvers, that should be accessible in the pause menu. Hell, there should be a pause menu.
I agree.
Oh dear. Hi.
Get your gun out, get your gun out, get your gun out.
Freeze.
Right. Press it again. Press and hold the button. Press L1 to run round, and then run round to the front of him. Oh, no, never mind, he's fell asleep.
So you can't get the dog tag on someone who's asleep?
You'd need to wake him up.
I'll
To do that, you pick him up and drop him like 500 times, and it'll wake him up.
I might just reload a save state from a minute ago and try it again.
I know, but you did ask me a question.
No, I was just like
Yeah.
saying, you know what? I don't think that's the way I want to do this. That wasn't the way to go at you. That was just like a, understandable. Have a nice day. Nah.
Yeah. So just.
Oh, okay. That's
He's not going to jump now. Yeah.
So what is it? You have to like have your gun
Right, so-
trained at them when they see you.
So get your gun out. Now. Right. Wait until he's got his back turned. Then aim at him. You have to be quite close to him when you do it.
Okay. So kind of like before when I was behind him and it didn't. So that was what was weird. I didn't know he was there. I literally like perfectly stealthed around him, and the reason why I did so is because I couldn't see him, and I didn't know there was a soldier in the area. And as I like registered that there was a dude right up my arse, You just gonna see me? Yep. Okay then. Oh, that's interesting with the voice acting
Right.
and everything.
If you redo that, if you hold your gun out, as he walks past, you know, it's almost to where you are, you will tell him to freeze. No, not from that. You have to be out of sight with your gun out.
Okay.
You know, next to the pipe, and then when he walks past, he'll go, "Oh shit!" Or at least I
Surely I
think
have
that
to
was
face
true.
this way. Will he see the gun? No, he's not that clever.
Oh no, it didn't work. Oh, must be misremembering.
Yeah. Okay, not working great. I'm gonna go back to here because
I mean, you could always hang.
oh, he does hear there. How the hell did I do that the first time? How did I get from here and then behind him? That doesn't make sense from the way he's walking. I wasn't trying.
no
It just
idea.
happened. But yeah, he just hears me walk. I have no idea. Roll playback. I want to know how I managed to not get done by this guy before. That's weird. Okay, we can wait. He will eventually just go back down that way, and then I can do it.
Hmm.
Theoretically.
Hmm.
Love the vote of confidence.
One thing I do remember is his patrol route, so that's why I'm going.
Well, I mean, he might have just completely not seen me as he walked past. It's possible.
You're pretty much going to have to hang in order to get past him. I don't know how you did it the first time.
Well, that's interesting. He actually retreated. Can we get him while he's facing the
Oh yeah, that's how you do it. You're too far away.
Yeah, okay.
Freeze.
Right, now go around to the front where he can see you by holding L1 and moving. While you've got the gun out. Then, first person. Aim at his head. You can let go of L1, obviously. So, R1 and then aim at his head. He will start shaking, and there's the dog tag. Cap him.
Really fucked. Jesus, that looked weird.
I think you picked it up. No, you can.
Pablo Malsuis or Masuis, whatever. My guy's getting dragged into the water.
So you're about to kill Pablo. Now you know the name of the guys that you're killing.
I mean, he
Pablo
could
had a
swim to
family.
shore.
He's asleep.
Oh yeah. Haven't
It's
you
not
ever
like he's-
heard of sleep backstroke? It's like
Not
an
when he's
advanced
paralyzed
form
from a
of
tranquilizer gun,
sleepwalking
no.
that they teach to Russian soldiers to save their lives in this exact situation. Prove me wrong. Take that, Last of Us Part 2. MGS2 did the whole every enemy has a name while actually being good. I have
Yeah.
not played The Last of Us Part 2, but I've heard good things, bad things, and in-between things. I'd say my first wish would be that it didn't take so long to drag somebody into the sea. But I think I should do this because they'll wake up. Anyway, that was my how does the dog tag mechanic work trial, and my thoughts on that are, I don't think I'm going to bother with that for this run.
Yeah, because that means you have to take out the bosses via tranquilizer rather than by shooting them and killing them.
It's a very interesting idea, though. I think I would play the game that way, slowly and carefully on my own terms, but certainly for a first playthrough it sounds awful. Oh, I couldn't play The Last of Us Part 1, that's the thing. I just completely noped at the combat system, and I tried 3 times, and each time I stopped in the same... It just didn't make... It was overwhelming in a weird sort of way. It's hard to describe. Very few games do I give up on nowadays. Normally, even if I don't like something, I will play it through and deal with it. I will find a way to cheat it usually, but but The Last of Us has just like uniquely stumped me in a way that only Undertale has before in the last decade at least. Okay, that did not.
You fucking idiot.
I don't even know what I did wrong. He kicked me in the head. Oh, that's funny. We did save state, though. I'm still getting used to it. Hello? Freeze. That man does not want to freeze. He does
he
not
will.
want to freeze.
Oh, some of them, when you hold them up, will refuse to give in, and they will say, "What are you going to do? Shoot me?"
Yeah, he just shoots. He didn't care. I'm interested enough. I'm not going to do this with every enemy, but I'm interested enough as the intricacies of how this works to like. Is it size?
You're not quite close enough.
That isn't close enough? I have to fucking suck his dick to get close enough.
Freeze.
There you go.
There you go.
I have to get going. Somehow. I'm not gonna make it easy. There we go. Shake, 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 da 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 da. Shake, 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 da 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 da. I didn't shoot you.
Freeze.
Fucking whoopsie. There we go. Sunny Sue. Oh wow, we're it's poor
This is
skull
wheelbarrowing.
on the staircase though. Owie, 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 owie. But like, this isn't gonna get better. Like, this is just gonna be a longer trip every single time, even if we trank them normally. Like, that's my problem.
You do know that there's a door on that side as well, I think.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's gonna be another guy that way because I haven't been there to see it. You
If
probably-
only there was a fucking radar.
What is on his head?
Bandana.
Yeah, but I guess it's just sort of fluttering in the wind that way. It looked like he had bunny ears.
No, that's a very different game, Gav.
So yeah, this is how stealth espionage works. No, I like that. Where he picks them up from dictates the animation. That makes sense, but I'm glad 47 doesn't drag in this particular fashion.
It's also funny how the Russian secret military organization all have members who are not Russian, and yet sound Russian when they speak.
Pablo and Sunny Sue. That's an interesting name, just like in general, with like first name Sunny but with a U. Anyway, yeah, I want to say that I'm not gonna take this long to deal with every individual enemy, and I'll start sneaking past people. But we know how good I am at sneaking past people, so we'll see how that works. For now, it is nice. What happens when I enter the building and come back outside? Are they all back?
You have to wait and see.
I suppose. Certainly after an alert. Yeah, no, I think I've actually gotten everybody here. In which case I definitely should have used that door, but alas. So now I have to pick a door, any door. I don't think I've missed any objects. I'll go with a door that is higher up, I think. So we'll go with that one on the left. But yeah, no, that's okay. Now I have a full understanding of this deck. There's only 3 dudes, 2 of which I got the dog tag for. But yeah, I will.
You know, it's a damn shame that you're an Australian, because that would be so much funnier.
I have a full understanding of this dick.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not a Kiwi. Alright, now let's get to this horrendous door opening button. Never mind, we can't go through that door, I guess, unless
Triangle. You have to press it repeatedly.
Why, that was square.
Oh, that one's broken. Yes, you can't go through that one.
Well, this is the one where he gave me the hint, so we do that unless we want to get it open faster, in which case we spam it and it'll work. Alright. Deck A, crew quarters, port. And the camera is already different. And what are we for timing? We've got an hour and 15 minutes of tankering. There's immediately another door, but let's wait on that. Ah, okay. So the camera is sort of relative. Makes sense. And in here, would I dispose of unconscious people by putting them in lockers?
Yes.
Do they stay in there or do they wake up?
They stay in there.
Now, this I'm familiar with. And is it worth to check each of these for items?
That's up to you.
That one is suspiciously locked. That one has bullets. That one has bugger all. Bugger all. Locked. That one has rations. Hey there. I guess it is a soldier's bunker. I'm not fully surprised. Oh, we were all waiting for that one, were we? I see.
Yes, we were. I was actually deliberating whether to say anything, and I just thought, no, I'm going to let it ride out.
You knew I'd open them all. So yeah, what I've learned here is that of the Marines who make this their home, only 2 of them have an understanding of security.
There's also a similar picture on the bottom right one. You just can't see it because it's facing the other direction unless you go into first person.
Well, hello there.
Oh.
Should I ask if this is the game with the special locker? Can I not? I thought I could bring my gun out.
You can, but you have to have your gun out before you do it, and then jump out, and then fire.
That may have been a miss, or he may fall unconscious on his way down. And
No,
yes,
you definitely hit him.
good. This is me officially deciding not to pursue the dog tags on stream. Just largely because this is an emulator and I'll never get rewarded for it. Oh, he didn't seem to.
No, you didn't get him. Oh, no, yeah, you did.
Okay, it just takes a really long time.
You must have hit him in the hand or something.
Shake, 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 ba-da-da, da-da-da. Thank, shake, shake. Thank you for the wheel of cheese. Oh, it's a ration. That looked like a wheel of cheese. There are so many codec conversations you want me to see, but you also want me to find for myself while knowing that I probably won't find most of them. I mean, that's the sort of thing that I will always find on my personal playthroughs on account of the fact that I fucking don't let the world... My god, you can hear the snores. Now, 0 out of 10, though, that we can't turn the tap on and lure the guard there. Be nice and put him in the locker with the lady. That's a good point. Maybe I should have. But that's just a hiding spot. Anyway.
I will say, if you call Otacon while in first-person view looking at one of the ladies, you get judged.
Oh god, and it zooms in on her and everything.
Snake,
Yep.
go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed.
Why isn't that...
There are
What?
stairs in the north block that will take you up.
Oh, I
Head
think
north
I...
for
No,
now.
I'm not going to tell you to do that.
The handgun ammunition.
think you might have to be shut in the locker with it, but I can't remember.
Hey there.
You noticed your heartbeat's changed.
Oh my god.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake. You can also hide enemies you've knocked out in the locker.
I know.
Just open
Ask
the
me
locker.
how.
You can also
Okay, no. Well, we're not getting judged today. Oops. Unfortunate. We're not getting judged today.
Oh my god.
I mean, Yakuza
Where's-
has worse stuff.
Where's Mew when you need her? There's also one in that room as well, but I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to tell you where.
Right. Continue to save state like the champion that I am. Nice view. Oh, that's probably not safe. Yeah, there's two here, interestingly. What if I were to just...
Who is that? Huh? Who's that? Enemy sight. Requesting backup unit.
That's not great. The aiming is definitely gonna take some getting used to. Like, shooting him in the head is an ordeal.
I mean, it's not if you're in first person, but...
Just remembering the order of operations to get there, though. Hey. Do they, like, sound an alert when they wake up? Because they've been knocked out?
It's not an alert, it's a caution.
Oh god, there's a third one. It's just I'm wondering if...
I'm under attack, stay alert. And then they send extra people, but not the full assault team.
Hey, Otacon, you want some booze?
That must be the crew lounge. The tanker's crewmen would relax here when they're off shift. There's a lot of stuff there. Make sure you don't move it around too much. Someone may notice that it's been tampered with. Leave no traces. That's common sense when infiltrating a target, right?
It's just I'm actively deciding whether I want to take the time of dragging them both into lockers or just moving on with my day. What would you do, Sam?
I would just get on with my day.
There was a
But then again, you and I have very different philosophies.
but I don't know where this guy is. It seems to be below. Because yeah, there's definitely a below deck thing there.
Snake, those pipes you see along the wall and ceiling are steam conduits. They're thin enough to penetrate with gunfire. Don't touch the steam. One of those blasts from the hole will burn your skin off. You
I
may
don't want to
be
get
able to use
blasted
it as
from
a
the hole,
trap
but
of some
that's
sort, though.
interesting. Which steam pipes? Or is he
Any
refer-
steam pipes you see in the game.
Yeah. Oh, like they up there. Fascinating. Okay. Did I pick anything up over here? No. Let's go up instead of down. Yeah, that is path. Okay. Let's count the shadows.
Who's there?
It was just me blind firing and hoping it worked. There you go. I do like this better than MGS1 sneaking, mostly because I don't really have to sneak. Why did I put another one into him? Accident. Now I assume that this... Oops. is the outdoor entrance the opposite one of which I tried before. Whoa. Hey there. Gun.
Who's that?
Balls.
Enemy sight. Requesting backup units.
Is this where I started? I don't even know. Oh, he did get knocked down. Trying.
At least your life is a lot more generous than it was in the first game. Oh, by the way, if the assault team don't report back to Ocelot within a certain time frame, it'll cause another alert. So you need to GTFO, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be going down. There we go. Down here. Yeah, this is where I started. The men came back, basically. What was that then?
It's the legally distinct name for diazepam.
Benzodiazepine antidepressants. Treats autonomic imbalance. So I assume that's for later when we get weapons like a sniper that actually function with it. Okay, because I succeeded with that alert, I'm gonna let it run. Let it live, I mean, rather than reloading. Oh, that one's locked. Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that where we... Maybe this isn't where we...
No, it was on the other side.
You know, I thought I put you in the water, but...
Freeze.
Fuck it. Just to complete this area. Garrett L. Peters. You don't sound Russian either. But yeah, this is where we start. Okay. And then watch this not work. Ah!
Definitely didn't.
So basically, completely went the wrong way a lot. That's fine.
Freeze.
Okay, it is kind of fun. Wait, no.
Are you going to shoot me?
Ooh. How do you get this guy's dog tag then?
The only way you can do it is by having a lethal weapon and shooting him in the arm or the leg while in that position. If you shoot him like that now, he's just gonna fall asleep.
If you're going to do it, then do it.
Yeah.
If you wait for long enough, he will start raising. Yeah.
It's the enemy. I need
That's alright, I think I had a save state.
Because he realizes you're not going to actually do it.
Fascinating. Oh, that's from here. Damn it. Oh, well.
freeze.
I'm getting better at that.
Also, if you aim like a rocket or something at them, they'll also think, oh shit, he's serious.
So you would effectively... Is it randomized which guards are like that, or do you just have to come back later to get that guy's dog tag?
They're set. It's always the same ones.
Huh.
Although I don't know if it differs with difficulty. I think it might.
There's somebody there.
Are you blind?
Have you seen his cone of vision? Relatively black. Although, despite being a Russian military soldier rather than a genome-like super soldier, he has the same cone of vision. So what was that about enhanced sight from Metal Gear Solid 1?
Sounds like enhanced shite to me. Fucking moved his fucking head. Fucking moved his fucking head again. We went up here and then we went through a door we shouldn't have gone through. Oh, that one doesn't go in. Okay, interesting. Okay, now we're back where we were before. I was like, hey, is this door where I think it is? And then fucking was an idiot all over the place. Which I think was that one. So there was another staircase there. It's a way down, and there's also...
Freeze. Huh? Don't kill me.
In other difficulties, he's one of the ones who doesn't give in. So I think it does vary with difficulty. I remember that one distinctly.
So now it's tempting to go for more of them, like the two guys in the walkway, but... Nah, I'll start saving time and just shoot people.
Freeze.
He froze, kind of.
Gav now daren't open a locker in case he gets tossed.
Yeah, I'll still open them. God, the rations look like wheels of cheese. So what do we have here? Not much, just a circuit that seems...
Oh, by the way,
somewhat
if you shoot the
superfluous.
fire extinguisher, you'll see what happens there. But,
If I shoot the fire extinguisher, I'll see what happens. That's... encouraging. Where is it? He said with a save state prepped.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed.
Yes, we continue to go up. Know what happens if you go down? You just, go down and don't really get anything.
Oh.
What?
oh, was that one very easy, Snip?
Now this door didn't work. Does it work in reverse? No.
Nope.
Interesting, so it's not as open as it seemed. Only half the doors actually work to get in.
A surveillance camera?
Did I just fucking sneeze?
Why would you assume that, Snip?
Why did we sneeze?
You've just come in out of the cold. And you've got a cold.
I'm going to assume that tranking a camera will have rather low effect, but... I gotta believe! No.
Only there was a blind spot you could use.
We weren't sneezing before we entered this room. Now we're sneezing regularly. That's interesting to me. Oh, so those stairs did exist, but... Whoop! Thought you could hide from me! And you totally could if you were on this side of the screen. Considering that. No, nothing. Okay. Well, actually.
You did make a rather rational decision, though.
Our rations
rare
are
for you.
capped, which means nothing because we also have full health. Okay, good. Well, upwards to the crew quarters, not to the bridge. God, it's a big tanker. Whoa, hoity ho! Yipes. No. What was that ahead of me?
Snake, wait! Don't move!
Yeah, I see it.
Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly.
Plastic explosives.
If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about
That
right.
doesn't seem like a good defense mechanism.
There aren't that many infrared beams. Maybe you can get past those without setting off the explosives. If you need to see exactly where the beams are, you can use the usual method. There's a fire extinguisher over there. Break it open and try scattering some of the extinguishing chemicals.
So first of all, we have to check to see if they're serious. They're serious.
Snake! Snake!
Thankfully, we have time travel powers. The orange. Cardboard. Ooh!
The flower.
Net. Your turn to get fucked up, buddy. Kind of want to make this one freeze just for the fun of it. No, it didn't. Whoa, hey!
The enemy.
Oh dear. So
If that happens, change areas, and it will basically cancel the panic.
right, because there they come. Oh god.
Encounter the enemy requesting backup.
I tried. What is your ability? To just fucking beast mode them. Everybody snoozing.
That's a lot of damage.
I do love the snoring.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Backup squad to deck D. Guard the galley area.
I feel like we should get them out of the way of the door. There it is. Yeah, okay, so I already like this game a lot better than 1, I will say. This is entertaining me. Was there anything in here that we actually wanted?
No, apart from the box.
Oh, no, yeah, right. Yeah, we got the box here. Which I may or may not use later.
A box for the orange.
Fucking hell. Oh yeah, that.
You fucking idiot.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
Stop kidding around. I am Atoms. I was just looking at the radar and being like, alright, now to get that guy. What did he say to do for this? A fire extinguisher, right. Okay, so there's those. I mean, we could just go this way.
Can you?
For now. Is that a sack of... That's a man.
Sack of shit, maybe.
That's a sack of man. Ooh.
That's why you can't go that way.
What's that? Who is that?
Now you're okay because he didn't pull his radio out.
Ah, so these people were just hanging out eating lunch.
And then Moida. Yeah.
Why the most foul, but you still want to take a look around. Ah, God.
Rations in the
That
kitchen?
must be the mess
No.
It's pretty small considering the size of the ship.
I guess modern tankers are so automated that you only need a crew of about 20. That's not a lot to feed. There's a lot of things there, but make sure you don't disturb anything and leave traces. The enemy might notice.
I got me a tanker, it seats about 20. So, nothing really to pick up here, and that camera is deliberately there to make that door, oh god, don't work. But did I see something under the cameras, or is it just a bin? Yeah, he's got something. Could we, or will we be sad? You could probably actually sneak around. Look. Get USP first.
Also, there may be stuff underneath the tables.
We need to get unresolved sexual pension.
Resolve section. What the fuck are you on about?
It said get USP.
And you didn't think unique selling point?
No. Yeah, there's this USP ammo. I am genuinely wondering if I can sneak past this camera. Oh god. Yeah, I mean it's...
He's got to make it hard for himself, hasn't he, chat?
I'm just curious. No, that doesn't. No. But maybe. No. But when it's like right on the edge, it does look free and clear, right there. But it would be a miserable maneuver. It depends on where like the egg shots thingy is, because. That wasn't hard.
Who's that?
Whew.
What's going on? Respond.
But you didn't even say a word!
We've lost contact with Deck D.
You're a Deck D. That tells you where the boomies are. But we're leaving anyway. Fuck Deck D. Oh, I thought there was a man around the corner waiting to sneak up on us, but nope, just a deadie. Oh, my throat.
So it is the Kasaka. Russian jobbers.
It is slowing down a bit on these, like, big rain-filled cutscenes. But not as much as it was.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
Oh, I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat-worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range,
Maybe the ship is sending all of the peanut butter to the Bermuda Triangle.
too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
Down to the hold now. Way down in the hold. Man, we really need that unresolved sexual pension. You know those?
You may want to check out what that was outside.
Before I go back down. Maybe.
Especially if you want that USP.
There's something about that soldier who was standing outside the infrastructure. I think you should check it out. Use the hatch on the port side of the infrastructure to get out onto the navigational deck. That's where you need to go.
Which one's the port side again? Is that one larboard?
So that's the Ka-60 Kasatka, a multi-purpose military helicopter built by Kamov, the Russian aerospace firm. It adapts to a variety of missions: troop and weapons transport, medevac, target marking for attack choppers, even all-weather surveillance missions. It uses Fenestron-type tail rotors. That's what makes the distinct rotor sound that you picked up. It is a Russian helicopter, but we can't be sure that the hijackers are Russian military. After all, Kamov did make a civilian version, the Ka-62. And there's also the Ka-64, the export model.
That's right.
Time to save?
Sure is, May Lodicon.
Okay. There's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy. The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding, and so did a bird that got high on something, probably fermented fruit.
Okay, about it. You say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more items. Remember the Deep family's fish.
I'll try to remember deep fish. That's not the open door button, that's the put a bullet in the door button.
Shalashaska has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now!
Give me your dog tag. I'm assembling a collection.
Toss your gun overboard, slowly.
That's a stupid idea. Why don't you give us the guns? It looks nice.
A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
Olga Gurlukovich, evidently.
We are nomads. Wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing.
Well, that slowed the game down some.
It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean. And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
I'm hoping it's the rain. The game definitely had some trouble with that cutscene, but it was mostly okay. Anyway, this is probably danger. All right. Button. Here. Oh yeah, we're moving at 70%, like, just in general. Okay, let's, think about how to make that be less bad. What's getting throttled here? Is it GPU? No! Both CPU and
I've been
GPU are...
with the unit since I was born.
Shush, I'm trying to sort out the issues.
On a battlefield, conflict, and victory were my parents. The unit is my life.
Nothing's getting throttled, it's just deciding to be slow. Which isn't great. If we move it down out of 720p into native PS2, it gets blurrier, but it might move better. At least until we finish this fight.
Life, my family. We've shared everything. All the bad and all the good.
No, it's still just going at 70%.
I mean, technically, that'll make the fight a bit easier.
Yeah. Alright. I'm very curious as to whether... I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a save state here in this moment, and then when the stream is over and I'm neither streaming to you nor streaming to Twitch, I'm going to see if it works any better just on its own as the only thing the game is running, because or the computer's running, because I'm genuinely curious about whether it's the summation of all the things I'm doing or if it's just the emulator is having trouble, which is sometimes the case.
I have no one. Nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
I just have a trank, though. Like, is that going to even affect her? Yes.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Okay, no. Moving this fucking thing sucks.
Floor's just a fucking pool at this point.
She takes a lot of tranks. She should really be down by now.
You gotta wonder what effects that. Yeah.
Maybe that's why the game's slowing. Oh no. It's gonna be over here.
You gotta wonder what effects the tranquilizer's gonna have on the pregnancy.
Well, I mean, we didn't shoot her in the baby.
Oh, you've just made the game slightly easier for yourself, by the way. I mean, the fight.
How?
If you don't take out that searchlight, she actually shines it in your face.
How are we supposed to know where she is? Do we have, like, any sort of goggle?
No, but you can move that tile. Would you like me to tell you?
I assume that we can't go to her, like, we're stuck here.
Yeah. Look at what's holding the tarp in place. Careful, you've not got your rations out. Sorry, didn't mean to backseat that.
Ah, better than dying. That boss actually felt fair, which is more than I could say for anything in the last game, so that was good. Although aiming with the control stick does suck. That'll be an interesting thing on the PC port. Like, will that just completely break the game by giving us, like, controller precision aim? Or will you play these with controller only? The PC versions will not support keyboard and mouse. Yeah, that's probably how they solved that out.
Although this game did come out on PC originally.
72%. I think it is just the rain. It's struggling with the rain. Hopefully the whole game's not like this.
Cypher?
Cypher? Ignorance is bliss?
Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cypher.
A Marine Cypher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
It's those Guy Fawkes
I have a younger sister,
They're
a
cool.
stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Damn it, I just saw my camera reset, which means I'm gonna have to reset it myself. Which means I'm gonna have to change all of the settings so that it's not washed out and bright. And laggy. Good enough, good enough. Okay, video game, you can come back now.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah,
Emma
it
Emmerich?
just caught my eye, you know. I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap to lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
So is she one of the ones you can collect a dog tag for if you...
Yes, yes, you can.
How, though? Because you're separated from her.
Pick her up and drop her.
Oh.
Carefully, obviously.
Trying to get back up.
Triangle.
I really haven't been pressing triangle at all. Olga Gorlukovich.
Now, there is something out of the way that will change the way that the USP works. It will make it silent. It's not something you would notice unless you went exploring to a more than normal degree. Let me tell you what it is, or where it is, rather.
Sure. Oh, this is interesting. So they're in sort of categories now. You'd still want... yeah, and it even says, 15 rounds per magazine, can attach suppressor. Same basic principle as to how the gun works, except it'll kill people instead of tranking them. So you'd swap to that when somebody resists the dog tag collection, basically.
Yes.
And then shoot them in the arm. Or you could just, start killing people. There's no real drawback to that, except it affects your, stats or something, if you wanted to go for a more noble playthrough, I guess.
Affects your stats, and obviously ammunition is a concern. If you want a suppressor, you've got to go to the top of the mast.
Okay. Which is up there, I assume. Uh-oh. We'll deal with this guy first. Why is the suppressor at the top of the mast? Seems like a strange place to put it, but okay. Why does the, I guess we're 20 out of 46, but, where are we getting extra trank ammo from? Are we occasionally just picking that up, I guess? Oh, yeah, the M9. We're getting that.
Yeah, the M9. Yeah.
But, these guys don't have trank, so that doesn't make a lot of sense that it's just hanging out.
No, but the Marines might.
True. Shit.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Die! Right, I had L1 hit down, that's why I wasn't... Yeah, it's just a lot of... button learning and different things. In that particular instance, I was actively intending to aim at his head, but I wasn't moving. Fuck me, stand still. There you go.
It's a really elegant system once you figure out how it works.
Yeah, once your brain, takes the proper steps. We now have a wet box. What is the difference? Wet and weak. Well, wouldn't box 1 become a wet box if we used it out here in the rain? So, can I... How do I go over a ledge again?
Triangle.
Trying. These ones not work.
Certain ones you can't go over.
Guess not. Alright. That's the ladder. Not ledge here either. Further up the ladder. To the top of the world! And there's a box. Therm G. That's not a suppressor.
You've also missed the floor.
An empty one.
Really is a while since I've played this.
Evidently. I mean, you still knew there was something here and you were correct, and as evidence from the last game, thermal goggles are not to be fucking missed. But I wonder where the suppressor is.
There is a I've looked it up. There is a silencer for the USP, but it doesn't appear on the first playthrough. So there you go. No, it's there on every difficulty. You just got to complete the game first. It's no.
That's where we came in, but I'm pretty sure both doors are going to lead to the same area. I guess you have to go out that way in order to make the encounter work, which is why he said go out the port side. Nothing else here except a sleeping man. Oh, I should probably talk to him. Now that we've fought the boss.
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
Yay!
It's a decent one. USP.
The USP fires real bullets, not the knockout rounds the M9 uses. You know that, right? The USP isn't equipped with a suppressor either. If you fire it when there are enemies nearby, they'll probably hear it. Keep that in mind. Having the USP will make combat easier, but being undetected is still the best way to go, okay?
There indeed is the USB bullets. Okay, good. Reminds me, when I was younger, I used to hear the term Pulitzer Prize and thought it was bullet surprise. I thought that they gave really, really distinguished journalists a shot to the head to shut them up. Which, in some cases, is what happens, but I didn't think it was something to strive for. Yeah. Oh, God, that's awful, though. It's also accurate, but I hate it. Jesus.
My eyes!
Oh, that's bad.
Who's there?
No one. No one. Ow.
Of all the choices you could make, you made the worst
Requesting backup
choice.
unit.
I did have a save state, it's fine.
Who's there?
I think you're okay. No, you're not.
What's going
Hurry
on?
up, hurry up and get down the stairs.
We've lost contact with Jack Dickhead.
We're fine.
I'm glad you didn't do that in front of the camera.
I did think about the camera and, like... Wait. But it doesn't have full rotation. It mostly looks the other way.
Doesn't have any rotation. It's stationary.
Well, okay then. That's good.
You haven't got a card key.
Freeze.
Alright, I have to get in front of you. Oops. Fucking buttons. Here. Well, that was well timed, all things considered. Thanks, Masanori. God, the little shake and dance is fantastic, though. Now these two are interesting. We've never gotten their dog tags, and I've been too scared to because, like, surely one of them will get me while the other's been held up. But maybe not. Maybe I could do it like this.
Freeze.
Daniel W. Dennison. Where's his mate? He's gone.
Wait, wasn't that the pseudonym that somebody used in a legal case recently?
Not one I'm aware of, if so. There were two guys here.
Over the whole Stormy Daniels thing.
Snake, Metal Gear is in the holds below the tanker's deck. Go down.
Fine, I'll go down. Oh god, hello. I didn't see you there.
Pseudonyms of Donald Trump. David Dennison.
Mate? Mate? Do I have to swap to my fuck you gun to make you not... Fuck it. Oh. We are approaching the end of the stream, by the way, like... Hopefully I'm not about to move into like a huge sequence that'll take me over time. Amp down on the train camera. We've only got 13 now. Oop.
Raven.
Ah! Huh.
Shoot him.
One moment. I'd like to get that thing. Oh no. Everything's fine. Interesting. Also, that man does not look like he's wearing clothes. He is.
Yes, the Brooklyn t-shirt problem.
Freeze.
By the way, if you punch and kick him, he'll go over the edge. And it's knocked him out as well.
Oh my god! That's the Viktor Novikov thing.
Only at least 10 years earlier.
Freeze. Don't shoot.
Do the shake and dance, and then
Although
Mar-
that one that he... Go on.
Marwan Abdullah something. Are we?
Under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
What the fuck?
I was about to tell you that. The one that he dropped on, he was only knocked out, not asleep. So he actually wakes up quite quick. Oh, you...
Enemy sight. Requesting backup unit.
All right. Okay. Everything's okay.
Who's there?
Wait, did I hear who's there? Oh God! Hi.
Spotted the intruder. Stand back.
That'd be a shield. You know what?
I was about to say nice shooting until you hit the shield 3 times.
Trying to get the heads. Not dying. No, they are dying. That was a hit.
The bullet mark on the wall behind you disagrees.
Agami running. There we go. Oh my god. Right, so a few of them show up. I'm gonna go back on that. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Where were we? We were here.
There are people coming this way, by the way.
Let me see them. I'll just restart the area. Oh, longer area than I recall. Still. Someone dropped Frank on me. Again. I mean, I'll do it again. Of course I will. I'll just be faster. Oh, there's still shield people here. I fucking meant to get the damn gun. If I go back to here. There we go. This is just after the push.
Freeze.
Imagine the surprise he would have had waking up.
God, what was that? Oh! I mean, he had a brief moment of... That's my best impression of the Metal Gear Solid alert noise. It's not very good.
To be record that, it needs to be a ringtone.
What? I sound like Mickey Mouse, but shocked. What was a dude there? Oh! us give him a few moments to realize he's been shot. There we are. Now that I'm not in super slowdown land again, I'll turn the visuals back up while I remember. There we are. Now they look. Ah!
I got it. Send reinforcements.
Where is he?
On the stairs.
Oh, he went up!
And
Wanker.
down.
Oh, for God's sake. I'm not accepting this. I'm going back.
I love how this playthrough is just going to be, I'm not accepting this. Click.
Yes, because if it's too much effort to bother with dying. It's not that it's unfair, it's that I have the option to not care. I don't like how my ammo's going with this gun either. Where'd this man...
Oh. Hello, Mew.
Huh? Huh?
Mew's in here, but is completely muted. But not muted. What?
Oh, in the voice call?
No, dipshit, outside your door.
Well, I was looking at the Twitch chat. Anyway. I carry on. Did he not see me?
Yeah, that would have been quite problematic, Sweet. You're right on that one.
No, that would have been hilarious. I think he's seeing something that isn't me, and then he sees me. Is that guy up there going to notice his asleep buddy? No, because he's about to be his asleep buddy. Technically, I shot him in the backpack, but I guess it counted as the head. Regardless, we will check for things. Unresolved sexual pension bullets. A grenade! We also have stun grenades now. Two regular grenades, 2 stun grenades, and an empty magazine. Which I can throw.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, no, I don't want to... I'm very worried about the fact that I only have 4 stun bullets left. That's scary, but I'm also about to finish, so I'm probably going to have to deal with that problem next week.
That's a problem for future Gap.
Exactly. It doesn't open. Well, it doesn't open for me. Maybe it opens for the guy with the saw.
Oh.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the...
I'm just gonna let him talk, because I want to know what his dialogue is. Then I'm gonna shoot him.
small room on the port side.
Actually, maybe I don't need to shoot him. Maybe I just continue. Giving me lots of real bullets, but they're not really giving me much in the way of tranquilize-y stun bullets. Oh, I locked one. Uh-oh. Sorry, mate. I wanted to save a bullet. Hello.
Snake, there's another set of infrared sensors in place.
Is there? I didn't
If
see
you
it this
touch
time.
that, the explosives will detonate and that ship will be pulverized.
Uh-oh.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but There are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry. There's a way through. Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives? That's the control unit for the sensors. Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
Which will then cause somewhat of a loud noise.
Alert anyone? Yes.
Mew is in the chat now.
I see that. Yes.
That
I'm you.
that explains that quite well. Your cat didn't say anything. Your cat never turned on any microphone inputs. Just joined the voice call for a little while. Let me see if this creates a disturbance. Oh, I do like that I still get the laser sight.
You shot the explosives next to it, you dickhead.
What's going on? Snake!
You told me to shoot the light thing, Otacon!
You missed the light thing and hit the explosives next to it, you fucking idiot.
Oh, come on! I'm shooting the green!
Snake, why are you doing it again for?
The green light is right there. I cooked it!
Snake, respond.
I do not know what is supposed to be getting shot here. Oh, I'm shooting what the green light is illuminating. The light is actually that.
Yeah, there you go.
You were watching TikTok in bed. You were like, why is there sound coming from my headphones? Oh.
Yeah, there's more than one.
What's going on?
I thought that turned it off.
On very easy, that's one. There's one there. On easy, there's two, I think. Medium, I think there's three. Hard, I think there's 4 or 5, and then it just gets exponentially worse.
Oh, there's more light things like those.
Yeah.
They don't look green though. Oh well, in for a. No, that ain't it. You know what? This could be a problem for next week. It's 3:59. It's time to stop. I need a piss desperately. I am
I'll alert the media. Oh wait, you just did.
unironically going to stop here and deal with whatever the hell I'm supposed to shoot tomorrow.
Oh,
Next
you need
Saturday.
to save? Just a second.
Very curious as to when we're going to get more codec people, because just Otacon is kind of a big step down from the 5 or 6 that we had last time. But nonetheless,
Another Chinese
I
proverb.
do like him.
Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. Do you know this one? The meaning here is... hold on a
doubt
second.
about it.
That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things. You remember pre-ripped jeans?
That's
Manufacturers thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
What do jeans have to do with nature and order?
Denim should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some
That's
designers
right.
tried to go against that, and no one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
Earnings?
Fascinating, but I still need to pee. Anyway, we saved state several times just to be safe. We exited, and yeah, I will be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy XIV, hopefully not with 3 hours of book reading. Join me next Saturday for more Metal Gear Solid. I need to go pee, so I'm going to leave immediately. Bye, fare thee well.